You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we are in the throes of it. And I just want to say that this is one of those episodes. Yes, this is one of those episodes in italics, because we're going to have some real frank discussions. We're at this point of the year where I've seen enough, I've heard enough, I felt enough, and I'm going to be really, really frank. I know this show is known for its frankness, but sometimes you just don't give a fuck. And sometimes it's time to, release the Kraken. And so, there's a lot of stuff that's happened this past week. You all have been seeing it, hearing about it. All kind of stuff been happening. Not just about it, but about other things that I think has boiled up to the surface, where I just think we've reached that point of the journey where, I'm not saying someone's having a villain origin story, but we're at the part of the story where, it's that plot twist. It's that twist where you go, oh, that's what this is. This is what's happening now. We're getting closer to that point. You watch a really good show on Netflix or whatever, and you like, it's 10 episodes, and you watch the first episode, you're like, it's enough to stay in. Second episode, third episode, and in that fourth episode, there's like everything you thought, it just reverses, and you're like, oh, this has gotten interesting. We're at that point. We're at that point of this journey. And yeah, I'm leaning into it. I'm leaning into it. Everybody is going to be who they are. They're going to do all the things they're going to do. They're going to speak all the things they're going to speak. And I'm ready. I'm ready. I think, my role in this saga has been kind of the meek, omnipresent, well, not so meek, but the omnipresent, hey, everyone, this is happening. And now we're at the part of the plot where it twists, and now it's Agatha all along. It's giving that. It's giving that. So hopefully that gives you some grounding on what to expect. But other than that, before we get into all of that, this week has been really relaxing. I took some time to, at home to recenter since my lovely trip on the vineyard. And it was lovely. I mean, I'm still got the glow, the tan, and just really been relaxing. There's some beautiful leisure. I'm had to finalize a contract. So I have a big announcement coming up very soon. Something's official. Do I want to share anything more than that? No, not yet. I think, if you've listened to the show, if you're not like a newbie, but if you've listened to the podcast this season, I've been talking about some new opportunities in my higher education world. And so that is happening. I'm going to be starting something new in the fall, and that is wrapping up. And now, because look, we're about to start very soon in the fall, so things are getting real in that, and in a good way. So I can't wait to finally go ta-da, which I think will happen this week. Most likely, for sure. I want to say 90% this week it'll drop, but when you see it, just know what it is. You'll know what it is. So I'm super excited about that. I'm enjoying summer, peak summer, all these good watermelon fun. I've been eating a lot of watermelon and a lot of cherries. I don't know. This summer, cherries have been like my favorite thing. I'm drinking this lovely watermelon lime olipop. Mm, mm, so refreshing. And enjoy me some good old organic cherries. I just, I don't know, this summer I've had a cherry thing. Like I always love grape. I love green grapes. And I'm one of those type of people that I can eat green grapes with any other fruit. It's like green grapes is like my, how do I just go? What do y'all eat? What do y'all snack on? Y'all always feel like I have to have it with something. Like I guess it's my potato chips to everything. Like my salt and vinegar. Like any sandwich, any hoagie I eat, I don't care what it is. I need some salt and vinegar kettle chips. They got to be kettle. Judge your dog. Any type of potato chip I eat has to be kettle. I like the crunch. I need to be a real potato chip. I don't want any of these. These Lay's don't do it for me anymore, y'all. I need a kettle. I need a crunch. I need a kettle crunch, and I need a real kettle crunch. I need a Hers. I need a Nantucket crisp. I need, kettle, the company kettle. I need a crunch. I need a good crunchy real potato, okay, chip, and preferably salt and vinegar. If you don't have anything else, we'll take sea salt, but please, please, please have me some salt and vinegar. Sea salt and vinegar if you're nasty, but I love a good salt and vinegar chip, kettle chip. And so that to say, green grapes with black cherries, green grapes and watermelon. Oh my goodness, so good. Like I love the tartness and the tang and the sour of a green grape to complement a sweet fruit. Have y'all, does this make sense? Like some strawberries with green grapes. Like green grapes is as the complement to whatever other fruit I'm having. That's how I treat green grapes. Like I don't really eat them by themselves. I mean, they're fine by themselves. If I need to do, I got to do. But I like to have them with another fruit. Like that combo in my mouth is just, I don't know. It just feels right. It's kind of like my ideal, like, leisure, lunch, which is very basic. It is a very good hoagie. I want a mesquite turkey hoagie or a roast beef hoagie. Even I don't do too much roast beef hoagies anymore. I'm trying to be all mindful. But when I have like if I had a guilty pleasure of a basic lunch that does the trick for me, like satisfies me, I want a really good hoagie, with, and where does the hoagie come from? Listen, I'm an old Nelson girl. I don't need, listen, Primo's hoagies is fine. I'm not picky, but I like a good old Nelson hoagie. Okay, y'all know what I'm talking about. A good old Nelson, a Boers, because they use that Boers him. That Dietz and Watson. Look, I like Dietz and Watson's kosher pickles, but I can't do Dietz and Watson meat all the time. I need the boar's head. Okay, I need boar's head, turkey, roast beef, whatever. I need a hoagie with their meat. Okay, a salt and vinegar kettle chip from Kettle, or Pirate's Booty, or Nantucket, one of them. But I need a good crispy salt and vinegar chip and an Arnold Palmer. It gotta be an Arnold Palmer, not just regular lemonade. I need an Arnold Palmer. And then of course I need my Pierce spill, my kosher pickle spears. You give me a plate of that, you put a smile on my face. That's my basic, but it does the trick. If back in the day when I was just late night eating all the time, that was my trick. I didn't need a cheesesteak. I didn't need wings. I didn't need a stromboli. I needed that. You give me that. And when I was young, it was from Wawa's. We've moved up. It used to be a Wawa's shorty, okay, at 2:00 at night when I was at Penn, with their version of an Arnold Palmer, and then one of those salt and vinegar chips. That used to be my go-to at Wawa. I didn't do roast beef from Wawa. I didn't trust their beef. Like that's like roast beef hoagies for me. I have to get them from specific places. I can't just get anybody's roast beef. But a good turkey, like a Cajun turkey, a mesquite, a smoked turkey. I can't do a basic oven roasted turkey. That don't hit it for me. That's a little too Taylor Swift for my taste. I need no, but seriously, give me a little bit of a Tori Kelly. I need a Tori Kelly. I need a JoJo type of turkey. I gotta have a little bit more jive. I gotta have a little bit more more pizzazz. Does this make sense? I hope this metaphor is making sense for somebody right now. I need my turkey to not just, I need it to be, if my white meat gonna be white, I need to have a little bit more pizzazz. I need to have a Tori Kelly. I needed to have that energy. Because it can't be Taylor Swift. That's a little too bland. I need a little bit of flavor. And I keep it simple. I keep everything simple. But I say all this to say that pairings matter. And so black cherries, green grapes, green grapes with a good watermelon. This is peak watermelon season. Phenomenal. And let me just say this too, since we're on the topic of summer eating, because I want to start this really light before we get into the heavy material. BOTs. Listen, I know y'all hype about these middle child BOTs. These long ass lines. I'm gonna put y'all on game on something. They're good. They're cute. But I've had better. I'm gonna tell y'all where to go. I'm not promoting it out here. And y'all can call me a gatekeeper. Y'all can call me whatever y'all want to call me. I don't give a fuck. But y'all have heard about this place. There's two places that got a good ass BOT. Now, one of them don't make them often, so I'm not gonna promote it because that's my list. I can't. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all three places. Okay, fine. I'm gonna tell y'all three places that got a really good BOT situation that's gonna fix that trick where you don't got to sit up and wait all day in a line. Second daughter has an incredible BOT. Okay, now second daughter is a bakery. The address is seven daughter bakery. It is 1901 South 9th Street. Okay, their BOT, good, not good, great, phenomenal. As my Baltimore friends call it, it is flavorful. The bacon they use on that, flavorful. Okay, that the tomato is great. Okay, very very good, and I like the bread they use. That's what it is. It's the bread too. It's like that ciabatta bread. Oh my goodness, I just feel like it's good. My thing with middle child is that it's too obnoxious. It's an obnoxious BLT and a very sloppy. You grubbing on it. It's good, but it's messy, sloppy good, and it's just too much going on. And that bread is not strong enough. Them tomatoes is bleaching. It's just I don't know. I'm past that. I just feel like that's the tourist trap. They've become the tourist trap. They're good, but they've become the Angelos of BLTs to the point where I'm just like if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. I'm over it. But everybody liked them. They're a hot thing. New York Times covering blah, 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 blah. They're going to be great. What I'm saying is not going to change the long ass lines because the Fishtown folk done ate it up. But that second daughter, phenomenal. Another one that people sleep on, A Kitchen in Rittenhouse. If you want to sit down and have a cute lunch and just chill, their BOT. Okay, that's a gourmet, great for lunchtime. Another one that is just equally impressive. And then third, this is the pro tip. This is for my West Philly University City people. Co-op over there on Chestnut, around 34th and Chestnut, around that area, right over there where that Shake Shack is over the University. They got a great lunch menu situation going over there. Very subtle, very low key. Their BOT is also very good. So those are three alternative options. I know y'all didn't ask, but I just see y'all here struggling these lines. And I don't really do lines like that. I really don't. I don't do lines at all. I don't do lines of Coke. I don't do lines of weight. I don't do lines of anything. No lines of weight, no lines of Coke, no lines at all. Okay? Lines of credit, sure. But we don't do lines over here. We just don't. Not many things are worth the line in my opinion anyway. And I'm damn sure not going to, let me see, I'm about to go there. I'm not crazy about the line situation. Like New York, that's become the new thing. There's articles about how there's lines for everything in New York now. Lines for dot cake. The fuck? Like, some stuff is not worth the line. Which brings me back to what I was going to say earlier. It's a fucking BLT, y'all. I listen. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the economy. It's people want little luxuries. I don't know what's going on. But we have made, and I was gonna say, I'm gonna say this for later. We're gonna get back to this and ask Ernest, because a lot of you are asking me a question about something. I'm gonna address that. But I'll start by just saying with this. We gotta stop, like, I don't know, like we have made everything, we've commodified every fucking thing. And I'm just commodified out. It's a BLT, y'all. At the end of the day, can you fuck up a BLT? I don't know. You can fuck up anything at this point. I'm sorry. Let me not ask that question. Anything can be fucked. Because there's people out here who don't even know how to boil a goddamn egg. So, yes, all things can be fucked up. Rice can be overcooked. So, yeah, I mean, you can fuck up anything. But it's just, to me, I have a theory. I'm going to go there. Yeah, let's be frank about some things. I know what I'm going to say. And this is going to be about a metaphor about everything. Everything. Because everything is about race, essentially. People don't want to admit that. But the more and more I live, the more and more I realize that a lot of things is connected to race. And that's just the way it is. Y'all know where I'm going with this, Black people. I had to take a moment and say to myself, why is BLTs being hyped like this? There's other culinary dishes that could be talked about in a certain type of way, but for whatever reason, we're making BLTs this whole thing. And BLTs essentially is, what is a BLT, y'all? Bacon, lettuce, tomato. That's pretty much a BLT. And what goes on BLTs, right? Mayo. Alawi, whatever. All kind of stuff people want to put on it. Aioli. Stuff like that, right? Different types. And some of them sprinkle herb over their heirloom tomatoes, and some of them use a bigger cut. And I'm sitting there looking like, who the fuck is thinking about this? And then it hit me. White people. Sorry, white people. This is what white people celebrate because this is what they can make and they feel good at it. And I thought to myself, why don't we do all this for chicken and waffles? I'm not saying that other people can't make them, but when I think about other things that we could really, like in our community, the Black community, there's stuff that we commodify in a way, right? Like gumbo. Right, we'll be like, who got the better gumbo? Who got the better, like we do these deep dives, right? Like, because it requires skill and technique and like real, like greens and, potatoes that like we don't play around with these dishes because it do require prep. I mean, you got to brine shit out in the morning. You got to season stuff. Like, there's a real effort. But there's not that much effort to make a fucking BLT. And yet white people want to have that experience. Like, they want to have a thing where they can do the thing that we do. Because we do that. Like, Black folks, we do that. Like, that's what we do with our food. Because we have skill. Like, we actually have technique. Like, we have a culinary, in American context, we have a culinary sense of recipes and things. Like, I don't really know. Like, I'm not saying that, like, Italians are like, are the other white meat. Like, Italians is in the category of their own. Like, Italians have things, right? They have their Sunday gravy. I'm not saying all white people here. I'm being very specific. And y'all know what I'm talking about. Italians, sit on the side. Y'all know y'all got this. Y'all got y'all Sunday gravy. Y'all got y'all pasta. Y'all know what it means. But look at these American whites. Okay, not Italian American. Look at these Anglo-Saxon American whites. What do they have? Like, Italians got what they got, Irish, they got their thing, they got they culture, they got their dishes. But I think about American, like white Americans, like the Anglo-Saxon, very much anti-immigrant populate, the folks that's like, oh, we don't want immigrants, we America. What do they have? that they can really like relish in, that is theirs. And so when I think about the BLT, I don't know if white people invented the BLT, but they really have made this a thing that I'm like, this is what y'all competing over? Yeah, yeah. I mean, tomatoes are tomatoes. Like you didn't make the tomatoes. Like you grew them, but like, I mean, it's not your like you. Okay, maybe. What did you do? You got some bread. Okay, some of y'all may have baked the bread yourselves. Maybe you get some points for baking. But like, is it really that much of an art to make a BLT? Like, is this really, are we really making a science out of this? Like, is this a thing that we really need to? I didn't even know this podcast was going to go this way, y'all. I did not think we were going to start off dragging BLTs but we're here. And this has to be said. This has to be said. And I'm going to go there because I don't understand. It's a simple thing. But white people know how to exploit and commodify, and they have convinced people that a BLT is worth long lines. In the same way that I grew up in long lines at state fairs for Cajun turkey legs, like a turkey leg, you know. Like, what did you do with the bacon? I mean, what you mesquite? Like, what did you do? Really? Like, what did you do? You didn't even grow the tomato. You got the tomato. There's just so much here. And so I just think to myself, throughout history, when I think about the hype around white folks, they want to enter the chat so bad, they come into the chat with mediocrity. But because of whiteness and hype and capital, these things get put on a pedestal. When I think of Middle Child, the funny thing is about Middle Child is that it is a good restaurant. They have other things on the menu that's good, better things. But the hype around the BLT is just like white mediocrity in a nutshell. Like, it's the epitome of it. Like, in places where I think about New Orleans, right? There's black folks and white folks and people all over the world will get in long lines to have some really incredible gumbo or some crawfish etouffee and like real dishes that require some real ingenuity and ingredients and time and creative and some craft. And then we got in Philadelphia, you got people in a long ass line for a fucking BLT. Mm-mm. Black people could never. Black people could never have people in a line like that for something like that. We wouldn't even do that. We would be like, what? What? What you doing? You sliced up some tomatoes. You got some good bacon that you done sizzled. Congratulations. And you done found some good mayo, because we know y'all like mayonnaise. Y'all know, you know. Or was it an avocado aioli? My bad. Like avocado toast. What are we talking about? Like, I remember when avocado toast was a trend. Long lines for avocado toast. The Columbus for me. So y'all done slice some avocados up and put it on. Do you know who was doing that before y'all? Don't even tell them. Y'all didn't come up with the avocado toast. Y'all did not invent avocado toast. As a black Texan, someone who grew up in Texas, I can tell y'all, I've had avocado toast. And that dot cake, y'all didn't do that either. Y'all did not come up with dot cake, baby. That's not y'all's either. That did not come from white people. But y'all calling it dot cake. We didn't call it dot cake where I was from. Okay? Again, I grew up in Texas, so dot cake was not. That's not what we called it growing up. What dot cake was. Okay? Where I'm from, we called it cordillo. Cordillo. It was basically pan dulce. Okay? Pan dulce. Cordello. Pan dulce. Get it? Dulce, candy, pan. That's what it was. And it was a Mexican. It's Mexican. When I was little, they used to have that. It was much better than the shit y'all selling. I don't know what this is, but this dot cake is not even you all. But again, long lines. When Mexicans in Texas and across the country, I know Mexicans and like that was not a thing. It was like, oh, it was a cute cake. It was cute, but it wasn't like, oh my God, we got to get up in a line and make this shit the next big. Like what? I digress. I just think we got to understand what we wait in long lines for. We in long lines for these BLTs because of white mediocrity. Like it's a culinary thing. And it's just, it is. And it's a culinary thing. It's like, and again, and let me be very clear. There, just to be clear, there are incredible white chefs in Philadelphia, Italians that are doing incredible things, right? There's people that's worthy of long lines. Like I would wait long lines to go to Vetri Cucina. I mean, look, Angelo's cheesesteaks, they're good. They're I can understand line for that, right? There's some craft there. But I don't know about BLT. I don't know about long line for BLT. It's never really made sense to me. And when I was a food writer and a reporter, I did it for the research and again it's but I'm just like now I'm just like uh-uh. Uh-uh. We at some point we gotta be adults and go, yeah, that is propaganda that I'm not going to participate in. Sometimes I do participate in it. Not for that, but other things. I know what I do. But some stuff you just have to say, you know what? If I miss it, I miss it. Or if somebody can go grab me one, or if I just so happen to, stumble, like, I'll tell y'all something on the low low. On the low low. I didn't go to Angelo's for years because of the whole line stuff that was going on. The whole you got to call in the heat. I was like, I'm good. And then finally, I found out that they were doing delivery. And then slowly but surely, I got the pizza and the things, and now they got a nice little operation, so I can do that. Matter of fact, I just had something this weekend I hadn't had in a long time because it was too much. Sid Booker's. Sid Booker's got some incredible fried shrimp. I got some. I know a lot of it. That's a classic. But I went to Sid Booker's, got 15 pieces, no fries, because they bread that shrimp so much that you don't really need any fries. You can eat that shrimp and get your whole daily dose of carbs and everything else. But I did the 15 piece. I was greedy, and I really, to be honest, I could have did about maybe. I was being greedy as fuck. I didn't really need 15, but I just felt like I'm not down here all the time. So if I'm gonna come down and get my fix, let me get my fix. So I had 15 pieces of shrimp. And also my frat brother, it was both of us. We did community service. There's this back to school book drive. So our chapter, we was volunteering with a back to school drive in Germantown. And so we was coming down that way and we saw Sid Booker's and I was like, oh, this would be cool. And the crazy part is that they still take cash only. And I thought, okay, maybe because nowadays places that say they are cash only, they'll do Venmo and Cash App if you got that. But no, Sid Booker's is cash only. So we had to literally drive up and down that street to find an ATM, which was like a pain in the ass because like there were like no nearby ATMs that we can think of that were like, you know what I mean? Like it was crazy. But we did, it worked out. We got shrimp. It was good. It was hot. It was good. It did everything you do. But, those are experiences. But people are not losing their mind over there. They're not making, I mean, the shrimp is iconic, but people are not, black folks like, we ain't, like it's shrimp, it's fried shrimp, it's good, but we're not middle child BLTing it. And it's funny when we have those things, like in Philadelphia, there are black spots that have iconic things that they serve, certain things, dishes, right, that are iconic. But I noticed that the way that people cover food, white trends that don't even have the longevity will get instant gratification and media coverage, but long time black institutions that do these things don't get that same racism, y'all. It's just racism. And listen, racism, to be clear, for those who don't understand, racism does not have to be overtly antagonistic to be racist. I think we're in this weird place where everybody's talking about woke one and all this bullshit, which we're going to talk about that shit, which is stupid. But I think what annoys me is when I have conversations with people about like race and class and these dynamics, folks always think that racism has to be this very overtly antagonistic thing. I would argue that most racism in America and the world we live in is actually more subtle and more normalized than what we are willing to accept. Like, we are okay, right, living in a country, I'm going there. Yeah, it's a Frank episode, where Black people in 2026 could be hanging from trees, literally getting killed and being found hung, lynched, right? And everybody goes, oh, well, not everybody, but white media outlets will go, oh, that they think it was a suicide. I can say as a Black American who has family who's grown up in the Deep South. My grandfather, who's no longer here, grew up in Mississippi before he went to Illinois and met my grandmother, who's no longer here in Chicago, and had my mother. Like, Black people don't hang themselves on trees. We wrote, like, we don't self-lynch ourselves. We don't. That's not a thing. And when you think about gravity, I can tell you so many cases where in the Deep South, in 2026, we're hearing of people dying from rope hangings. How? Make it make sense. So, but that's normalized, right? There are people that's just like, oh, that's how. So all these Black people, young Black people, just hanging off of trees, hanging themselves in the Deep South. And that's not, because that if they rule it a suicide, then that automatically makes them not look into it as a homicide. Y'all know that, right? That's how that works. Like, once, racist investigators look at something and say, oh, suicide, that automatically stops them from having to investigate what probably did happen, right? So again, but that's normalized. We just accept that. We just say, yep, that's that nothing to see here, people. We are okay with consistent mugshots of mistaken identities of Black people in crimes. Like, how many times there will be stories of quote unquote criminals or people arrested for crimes, and media will put the wrong Black person's face. And everyone goes, oh, it was a mistake. And it's like, it's okay to just simply mistake an identity of a person's reputation on a heinous crime and just go, oh yeah, we got the wrong person. And it's like, so that's like how often do we hear that with white people, that they just so happen to have the wrong image of a white person for a crime? But okay, I'm normalized, and nobody says anything. Or how normalized it's been for, I don't know, the country's biggest incinerator in the country that literally is in one of the poorest, blackest areas in Pennsylvania, and that is normalized. Think about that. Think about that. Like, the health concerns. But, the trash got to go somewhere, said a mayoral candidate. Policies now being perpetuated by the current mayor. We're just going, got to go somewhere, right? So this is the culture of normalizing. So when I say things are racist, it's not coming from a place of just, oh, people are outwardly, there is some overt racism, of course, but not all instances of racism is overt. It's the subtle things. But I thought you all knew this in 2020 when you all were in book clubs and all that DEI stuff that you all were saying you were listening and we're hearing and seeing. So I shouldn't even have to explain this shit. I don't even know why we're doing a recap in certain cases. It's funny how like everybody feels like they still don't know. No, y'all know. Like, I mean, Miss Rachel, for example. Miss Rachel out here talking and popping off and saying the right things about things. And everybody's acting like Miss Rachel is like, she's foreign. And I'm just like, why, like, wasn't this all, weren't all of y'all Miss Rachel 6 years ago? Did we forget? Weren't all of y'all supposed to have been, I don't know what, how to be anti-racist and the help and all that shit? Like, wasn't that all of you all, did that just go away? Was that just a performance? That's what we all knew what racism was and how it worked. And now all of a sudden everybody's acting like they need a new reteaching. No, y'all just don't give a fuck. So all that being said, here we are. So did some community service this weekend, went to a fun birthday party. A wonderful chef that I've known for quite some time. We call him Eli, but Elijah Mulligan. He celebrated his 37th birthday. And it was a party. It was a long night. It was a good time. We went to Fabrica. It was the patio of Fabrica, which I haven't been to in a long time. And then we went to May downstairs. They had like a nice little lounge. It was a continuation of the birthday party. And then we went to Time and then bumped into the homie Matt Stitt, who also just celebrated a birthday that same night, Friday night. He turned 39. He's 39. So all of us are in our we all getting close to they're in their mid-30s. Shit, I'm a couple of a month and a half or whatever from my, we 2 months away from my 35th. So we're getting up there. I'm a big kid now. Yeah, I'm a big kid now. I'm grown. I'm grown. I've been grown though, but presidential year. I'm eligible to run for president of the United States. So that means I'm eligible to run this country. So I'm grown. I'm a grown ass man. That's what I say now. I'm a grown ass man. It's different between being grown and being a grown ass man. I'm a grown ass man. You can't talk to me no type of way. But all this, you're a baby. Don't do that. Don't do that. Only one man can call me baby. Not y'all. But some of these men, oh, you're a baby. Don't do that. You gonna pay these baby ass bills? Well, some of y'all might. So let me not say that. No. I'm good. Because some of y'all will be like, well, actually, I'm not even going to try to give you the opportunity. I do not need a sugar daddy. Okay? I don't need to be, I don't need a sugar daddy. Okay. So great party, great birthday party. Shout out to them. Happy birthday, Elijah. Happy birthday, Matt. There's a lot of birthday parties all out here. Keith Slaymore had a birthday this weekend. Everybody got birthdays. I'm here for it. So many damn Leos in my life. So many Leos. Oh my goodness. Um, yeah. Housewarmings, good times. This was a very this is the part of summer where you got a little bit of leisure. You got a little bit of you winding down. Like you ain't fully getting ready for fall, but fall is coming. So you're doing some things, but you're easing into it. It don't feel like you're in that nice that peak summer. You're past peak summer. You're in that part of the summer where it's like, okay, I know it's coming. It's not just yet, but everything feels good. The weather is weathering right. I feel like we're finally having that summer weather, like the weather that we wanted consistently. But we're about to be there. Fall is coming. Mentally, I'm embracing it. Like, I'm done. This week is my final week of summer classes. I'm done with summer. I've taught 2 classes this summer for CCP. And my summer class is about to wrap up this week. And the next thing you know, 2 weeks from now, will be professional development, PD. And it's like back to school. So mentally, I'm there. I start classes for Vanderbilt April 26th. April 26th. I start April 26th at Vanderbilt in the fall. So I'm already kind of in fall mode, to be honest. After Martha's Vineyard, at this point, I'm just being cute. I'm already in fall mode, to be honest. But I know, y'all know my hood calendar. Fall starts when? Labor Day. After Labor Day. But you know, it is what it is. So, got some media appearances. I was on Frankie Darcel's show. She's at WDAS. Sunday interview. It was 7 a.m. 1 hour interview. It's been the talk of the town, as the streets say. Talking about my career, being the journalist I am. This investigation stuff going on with the Park administration. A lot of stuff going on. With the Parker campaign to be more specific. We're going to talk more about that in a minute. But yeah, it was a very good interview. Very fun. It's always fun to just go on different people's shows, be interviewed by different people. I had never, I mean, it's probably been years since I've done a Frankie Darcel interview, but nothing of this magnitude. I mean, it was like I was the guest. Like I was the special guest. And that was to be on the other side. Like every question, I didn't say no comment. Like we just did it. We had a conversation and it's great. So if you get a chance to listen to it, it is on WDS, and Frankie Darcel. So she's been around, doing around. It was a very good interview. Monday morning, I am on the Bishop Mary Show. It's a Philadelphia local affiliate. Bishop Mary Palmer has a wonderful show she's been doing for years. And she interviews all the political heavyweights. I mean, she's interviewed some big names. And she has this weekly show on Monday mornings. And so I'm coming on her show as a guest early in the morning to talk to her followers. And, you know, I'm talking to all the older Black women, you know, in Philadelphia and their listeners, you know, different audience and demographic, you know, because nowadays, especially in the age of the journalism world that we're in now, everybody's not reading these newspapers like they used to. How are you making sure your messaging and your information is getting out to different audience of people that can make decisions? And so, you know, people have jokingly said I'm tapping into the Sherelle Parker demographic in talking to these people about, you know, my coverage of her administration and things. It's like, I mean, that wasn't my plan. It's just, you know, I'm just doing the work. You know, I'm just, you know, I'm talking to, you know, the older Black women voters in this city, that are very influential, just to know who I am and what my work is, and just, you know, let people know, look, I'm not here to harm, to hurt. I'm here to inform and to empower. You know, that's what I'm doing. And, you know, and my role as the chief articulator of the problem for the city of Philadelphia, you know, I want people to know my office and what we're about. And, you know, come to me and resource. I can't tell you how many people in the past week this is like reignited a new moment in a shift where folks that don't ever, like, I don't know. It's been very interesting to watch. And none of it's getting to my head where I'm not naive. Like, I know how this shit go. When people don't like a person or they see a person that's going in a certain direction, they typically will join forces or be more invested. And I know how this shit go. So let's be clear. I've been doing this for over 10 years. I'm not naive to what this is. Newfound respect for my work. Okay. Some people, I believe, I mean, if you see, but all these new folks, look, cool. Like, I'm not in business trying to make enemies. I'm not trying to make enemies. I'll take, and look, anybody can be reclaimed. People can be recruited. People can be reformed. Some people might see the light. Some people might just be jumping on bandwagon. But for me, it's called discernment, having self-awareness. There's been a lot of new people kissing my ass. And I'm not saying that everybody's insincere. Some people, are new. But some people, it's kind of like, wait a minute. You done seen me. We done been in the same circles. You know who I am. You was with certain crews talking shit. I know. But I'm not coming. I don't even be pulling up the tape. I just go, okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it. And that's what I do. I keep it classy. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I've been around long enough to see yo-yo effect, okay? I know how fake people are. However, in the work that I do, when the iron strikes hot, people begin to talk and people begin to be open and people begin to, feel candid to tell you things that you didn't know. And that helps you put pieces to the puzzle. And so for me, information is information. And information is helpful to getting the bigger picture because for me, that's what it's about. Arriving at the truth and giving you all the information. So if there was a person that used to hate my guts and then decided, a week later, hey, you know what? I didn't seen the light. Okay, cool. I'm not going to sit up and go, don't talk to me, don't tell me nothing because you no, that's not how my job works. Some people can do that. But in the work that I do, listen, we are here for solutions, receipts, and facts. So you got solutions, or you got receipts, or you got facts. Hey, the door is open. The door is open. We're going to vet it, but the door is open. I'm not going to, I'm at a point, part of growing up and getting older is recognizing, and this is just something I've learned in the last 2 years, is that some people's fuckery, especially when they don't have a real beef with you, is never about you at the end of the day. Let me unpack that. Don't mean it don't hurt. Don't mean that you don't go, huh? But let's unpack this. What I've learned is the reason why I have so many people that reform, right, or see the light, or come to me and for years of bullshit and then begin to sing my praises or be nice to me, is because they didn't fucking know me in real life. Like, actually did not know me. Most people that talk shit about me, I'm 100% solid on this. This is something that I will debate anybody on. 90%, I'm going to go with 90% of people who has shit to say about me, if you ask them specifically, what did he do to you? To you. They couldn't give you a reason. They couldn't actually tell you something that I did to them. They will tell you about, I don't like the way he talk about this. Okay, that's fine. You just have an opinion about my style. Okay, that's one. Two, it's, oh, well, he always attacking somebody they like, somebody they know, something they don't know nothing about, but they just riding with their friend. Okay, cute. Got that. Third one, personal bias. I'm too cute. I'm gay. I'm too gay. I'm too black. I'm too much. They just can't, they're gagging. They can't, they don't know what to do with it. It makes them uncomfortable. Fourth, they want to fuck me, but they can't. That's a real category now. I know that sounds a little bit ridiculous, but this is a frank episode. There is a subset of men, I'm going to go there, because I know, and I'm never going to name names. I'm classy. I'm not going to out nobody. We ain't got to do all that. Because most of those men, I will say, don't ever, I keep it cordial. But there is a subset of men in Philadelphia power circles that have a lusting desire for me. A subset, not a bunch. I'm just, but a little handful. And they cannot be themselves. They cannot live their truth. It's their business, and that's fine. And they lash out with an aggression towards me because they don't know what to do. It's the Judge Claude Frollo effect. Okay, now anybody get the Judge Claude Frollo? Okay, because I love my Disney movies and I love my references. So in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, right, Judge Claude Frollo was the villain. And in this 1996 classic, which is now 30 years old, or we're getting old, okay? Well, we're getting wiser. Judge Carfolo he hated Esmeralda. He wanted to burn Esmeralda to the stake, right? Like, remember that? Like it was always that. But then we hear this incredible song, one of the best Disney villain songs of all time, called Hellfire. And you realize, wait a minute, Frollo wants to fuck Esmeralda. He loves Esmeralda. He wants her. He desires her. He lusts her. And because he can't have her, that's why he hates her. Oh, that shit is crazy. And mind you, my ass was 5 years old. I was born in 91. I was 5 years old watching this, and I couldn't even piece it. I watched Hunchback of Notre Dame like this year just to watch it. And I mean, I figured a couple years later, but I was like, oh, this shit is crazy. What the fuck was we watching when we was little? This man, that movie, if you have not watched it, go watch it on Disney Plus, go watch it again. But that shit, I understand why they said that's one of the darker Disney films. That shit was deep. This man was lusting over Esmeralda, and she was a woman of color. You know, she was a gypsy. She was all the things. Oh, he wanted her. He wanted her. And I look back when he had her at the fire, and he said to her, choose me or the fire. And she spit on him. She was like, I'd rather burn than fuck your horrible, bigoted ass. And he was like, that's it. Let her go. Let her burn. He was over it. But that's what it was. He wanted her. He was jealous. And so I got some Judge Claude Frollo type men that low key like will say he's despicable, he's this, but they want me so bad. They go somewhere and they be in my IG stories lusting over my youthful tight skin, just in awe, and they can't take it. They can't take it. And there's men like that. There's a couple, and some of them years later professed in a weird way, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know what to do with this. Go away, yikes. But it's all good. It's just like, okay, well, thank you for telling. It was awkward. But I say all this to say that there are those men. There are men like that. It just is what it is. Any bad woman, I'm not gonna say any bad bitch. And bad bitch is a general neutral term. It is not just prescribed to women. I'm a bad bitch. It's a general neutral term. But any bad bitch, behind any bad bitch that's ever exist, there's always a subset of people that don't like you because they want to fuck you. It is just true. It is true. It is true. Any women know, intelligent, powerful women, I can tell you that with people like Kamala Harris, there is a subset of Republican men that want them some Kamala Harris. I know there's some conservative men that want them some Michelle Obama. They say all that shit about Michelle, but they low-key, there's a subset of them that low-key desire her. And they can't take it. That exists. There is always going to be a contingency of men like that exists. So there is a subset of men that are like that with me. And then lastly, there's just a group of men or people, I wouldn't say just men, that are just jealous. They are comparing me. They're just jealous. Like just a natural jealousy of just like, you know, how come he gets to do that? Or I wish I could do that. Or I should be having that. He don't deserve. And there's just people that's just jealous. That's the people. And so most of these people, right, when they turn around and a year or 3 years or whatever years later come and become a fan or support or whatever, I never have to ask the question. People say, well, why would this person change their mind? Because it's easy to change your mind on a person that doesn't do anything directly to you. Wisdom. And so if you haven't done anything to them, sometimes they just have to heal. Some people have to heal. Some people have to grow up. Some people have to learn and recognize. And then things become real to them. And then they go, oh, okay, that was me and my fucked up shit. I need to get my shit together. I'm over here hating on this person. They ain't do nothing, or, whatever the case is. And so I have had a lot of people over the years convert and see the light and get their shit together, because most of the time, It's like, what did you have an issue with me about? What did I do to you? Why did you have all that to say? What was up? And they can never tell you a thing that you did to them. Because to be honest with you, most of my encounters, people, when I have a problem with a person, and let me be really real, if I have a problem with the person, it is something they did to me. And I will give you a story. Not that many people got a story to say about me, because anybody who do, and they felt like I did them wrong, come back to my side of the story. Because if I did somebody, if something was wrong and I was wrong, I can apologize. I can say, look, my bad. I didn't see it that way, yada, yada, yada. But I'm pretty mindful. And so if a person have an issue, or if I have an issue with a person, ask for my side of the story. I promise you'll be on my side when it's all said. I'm being petty, but I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. 9 times out of 10, you'll be on my side if you heard my side of the story. But most people don't have a story with me. They don't. They have an opinion about me, but they don't have a story. They can't say, I did this thing to them, and we did this, and we had this. And not many people can say that. Not many people can say that. Not many people. Many people that's walking around my name in their mouth. You know how I know, because my friends be checking them. My friends be like, so how you know him? Well, I ain't met him, but I seen him somewhere. You talk to him. Because they'll be having opinions about me. They're like, oh, he's so bougie. He this, he that. Oh, okay. Well, have you ever talked to him? Have you ever been around him? Well, I seen him. I heard. Oh, okay. I love that. One of my homegirls, Candace, she'd be like, oh, okay. She has a feeling. She's like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's my girl. She'd be like, oh, okay. Because that's the moment where it'd be like, okay, can you tell me something? And they can't say nothing. They can't say nothing. They can't tell you them. They'll say, oh, my friend, my this, my this. Well, that's your friend. And your friend was wrong. And your friend was maybe a scammer, or your friend was lying, or your friend was on bullshit. And I don't want to break up a happy friendship or a happy home or anything like that. But don't fight that battle, honey. I had a situation one time where somebody told me something about their husband. They was like, true story. They're not together anymore. But this was years ago. This girl was like, oh, I this, that, there, you was talking about my husband. Da, 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 da. I said, listen, respectfully, I don't want. I'm not. Listen, I would just say, you just don't that whatever he told you, that was not true. And he's not going to tell you the truth, because then that would implicate you. And I'm not trying to break up a happy home, but I just want to let you know that what he told you is not true. And if he told you, tell him that I told you that wasn't true, and see what he said. All I gotta say is a year later, they have separated. They're no longer together. They done moved on. He's here, she there. But that's why I tell people, don't lie on me. You tell a lie about me, I tell the truth about you. But there are situations where you could just, one thing about a Libra, we're gonna always get some law and order, some justice. You ain't gonna listen. Don't play with me. That's why people who talk shit about me gotta do it in private. Because I can talk my shit in public. I dare many people to do the same. I don't encourage it, but I'm just saying, like, it's easy to have opinions at bars and private spaces and coffee shops. It's another thing to have that conversation out in the streets. And I tell people all the time, with me, I spare folks. I don't even talk about half the people I can't fucking stand. I don't. Because it's not productive. I'd rather deal with people who are actually relevant, influential, and powerful. There's a lot of people who are not that I can bid on, or as y'all say back in the day, bust on. I could bid, bust, whatever. I could go in on. But it's just like, what's the point? You're irrelevant. You ain't really doing nothing. It's not substantive. It's not worth my platform. Why even waste my time? I'd rather waste my time addressing the disputes I have with powerful figures that impact the lives of thousands of people in the city of Philadelphia. I would rather talk about those disputes. I'm not going to talk about random ass people. Now, I get it. Them talking about me makes them feel special, because it's like a badge of honor. I get it. That's how I was 10 years ago with Justin Timberlake. I was like, yo, me and Justin Timberlake got into it because Justin Timberlake was one of the biggest pop stars on the planet at the time. Yeah, I get it. I know what it's like to brag about beefing with famous people. But I get why they do it with me in Philly. I get it. It's a cool point to say, I don't care much for Ernest. I got an issue with him. No, that's cute. That makes you feel special. You don't got no beef with me. You don't. and I'm not talking about nobody in particular, I'm just saying in general, you don't want beef with me. To have beef with me is like, you gotta, you gotta have your, I'm not, you don't want to have it with me. It's cute though. You don't have beef with me. And most of the people that say they have beef with me, I go back and say, they don't have beef with me. And somebody say, well, how do you know? How do you know? Because they wouldn't be able to say that they have beef with me. Clock it. Okay. Before we get to hot topics, I had city controller Christy Brady was on my show on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Progressive Black Talk Media, on the record with Ernest Owens. She was on my show. She's my special guest. Made her debut on my show as a special guest. And we talked about the audit and the budgets in the recent audit she just did on these homestead taxes. And we're going to talk more about that later in the show, but it was a great conversation. And we had some really very great, very meaningful discourse about that, because that was, who would have saw that topic coming? But it was really good. And yeah, this week, emerging media diversity convention registration stuff should begin to roll out. We have finalized all of our speakers. So we got all of our speakers confirmed. I think we're going to do a big smashing rollout now with like all the speakers. Everything's going to come out in one jolt. Because we're fairly, I wouldn't say we're early, but we're good on schedule. And I want to do like a big rollout. And so I thought, it's like, initially I was going to do like a little soft launch. And I was like, actually, everything's coming together really quickly, that rather than just kind of like drag this all out, we could just do one drop. And just have everybody, show up and be in the mix and see who all gonna be there in the lineup. So I'm really excited about that concept. So, that's coming very soon. We finalized some really great people. We have a very just a great, some new faces, some familiar faces, but a bunch of new faces in the media ecosystem doing some dope things, and some new talent, some people in some new roles that they weren't in before, new emerging voices that have come into the Philly market, people who have been around but never really have been in the PABJ journalism space in the way that we're going to present them at this convention. So it's going to be fun. I'm really excited about where everything is headed. Everything's being shaped. It's going to be a very good year. Very good iteration of this. To be able to say second annual is kind of dope. So stay tuned for that. And then, like I said, I got another big announcement. Don't want to tease. I got a sweatshirt that came in the mail. So I'll be wearing something in my promo. So if y'all know me, if I'm wearing something to promote something, that means I'm repping something. So I'll say that. I won't say colors, because that might be a little too much. But yeah, I got some swag. Came in the mail. So I'm ready to pop it on. I'm debating, because I got two pieces, and I'm trying to figure out which one would be the one, the rep. But I feel like I know which I'm gonna wear. Yeah, but it's gonna be a fun. I'm excited about this announcement though. So without teasing, let's get to hot topics. So somebody has left the Trump administration. Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, she's out the door. I mean, we just talked last week about how he can't keep any women in his administration. And now Caroline Levitt, the woman who was the ride or die, defending Trump at all levels. Apparently, according to, the Daily Beast, there's a leak that reveals that some of Trump's goons are panicking over Caroline Leavitt's exit. There's been speculation, allegations, because he's 80 years old, and everybody keeps talking about how he's 80 and he's been acting up. And folks are saying, hey, he's thirsting over young, beautiful girls. He forgets name of candidate he just endorsed. Like, there's a lot going on with him. And every article at the Daily Beast, they're funny. They're like Trump, 80. And they're just naming his age when he does these bizarre things. But they're saying Trump, 80, fantasizes about dead president in weird AI posts. Like, it's a lot going on. He's spiraling. And the thing is, we know, like, I don't think Trump knows how to use AI. So whoever is running his social media account, like, why are you creating these weird, like, I don't know. I don't think Trump is using this stuff on his own. Now, is he writing these texts, these messages himself? Like, that's what I'm curious about. Like, is he sitting somewhere putting his stuff in all caps, or is somebody doing that for him? Like, yeah, I don't know, but it's just like, this is just not good. Or is he like using a voice part where he's speaking into the app and it's putting everything in caps? Like, is that what's happening? I don't know. But it's getting bleak out here. It's getting bleak. And I don't yeah, I don't know. There's a whole situation now where they're saying, like, people want to know who is replacing him. Replacing Caroline. I've heard different names. I've heard Scott Jennings. He's that Republican strategist. He was the former aide to George W. Bush at the White House. He's the one who's the jerk that's on CNN News Night, advocating for Trump, AC 360, Anderson Cooper 360. He's the big, huge Trump apologist. And so there has been speculation that they want him to take on that role. So if he takes on that role, he's out of CNN. And they've been falling back from him anyway lately, because we talked about this a couple episodes ago, that he was out here talking about Mitch McConnell and defending Mitch McConnell, making these claims, and CNN distance themselves from him by being like, he's not a journalist, he's just a commentator, whatever. But they've been distancing themselves from him. So I'm wondering, is this a cue that, he's like, look, I thought I had them in the bag. All the stuff going on with the merger connected to CNN right now, all of that happening, could this be a sign that he might need to make that pivot? And so does he pivot? Because, he is pretty much being the spokesperson for Trump on CNN every night. I don't know who's going to replace him, but they'll find somebody in a heartbeat to replace his ass. But if he wants to be in the sphere of influence, but at the same time, it's like, how long are you going to have that job? Trump is going to be out. You're going to have him for what? 2 more years? What, all of 2027? All of 2028? So what, 2 years and some change? If you last that long in it. Look, Caroline Leavitt didn't even last that long. Trump got officially sworn in 2025. She only lasted a year and a half, roughly a year and a half. And what's interesting is that, now this was what was being said, was that allegedly she was on, she had a baby with a much older man. Her husband is like, there's an age gap. First of all, she looks much, well, don't get me started. I was surprised by her. She's 28 years old. She turns 29 on August 24th. Her husband, who she just married last year, y'all ready? Y'all ready to gag? He is 61 years old. She was born, for those figuring out, in 1997. He was born in 1965. And they got married last year. So let's do the math, okay? Let's do the math. 31 years. There's a 31 to 32 year age difference between them. We're talking, what, 30? It's like a 31-year age difference between them. The gag is the age difference between them is bigger than her actual age. Clock it. 1965 to 1997. That is 32 years. She's 27. The gap between their age is older than her actual age itself. This girl is old enough to be his daughter. He's 60. He's twice her age. And she just had a baby with him. I just think that if it's see, I don't care, because Republicans, this is a frank episode, y'all. Republicans will spin up and down, making all kind of jokes and nasty innuendos and say what they want to say. I'm just stating the facts. These are just facts. I'm just stating the facts. The man, numerically speaking, is twice her age. She was born in 1997. He was born in 1965. They got married last year. She had a baby with him this year. This is legal. But in my opinion, nasty and weird. And I'm just going to say that. So I say all this to say that while she was on, paternity leave, or maternity leave. Sorry, maternity leave. When she was on maternity leave, Trump was consistently messaging her and contacting her, allegedly. And this is what allegedly prompted her to not want to come back, because this was reported already, but they were claiming that type of disruption in her actual work-life balance is what made her not want to come back to the job. So now she's gone. And, another one bites the dust. So, yeah, that's, she's out. And, here we are. Other news. So we last week we had those midterms. There's a lot going on. And the big reality on the Republican end, because we're going to talk about these Democrats in a minute, but the big thing that has caught my attention is that in South Carolina, Darlene Graham has not straight won that Senate. She's going to now have to have a primary runoff. It's not over. And it's become an issue now because, there's going to be this massive runoff. She did not have enough votes. She didn't have 50% of the votes. Even with Trump's endorsement, even with Lindsey Graham's death, because this is the sister who now wants to take this seat, people thought, and I wasn't really, I don't really know South Carolina politics like that. I mean, I know a little bit of it, but I didn't know enough to know what the endorsement was going to mean over there. And so Lindsey Graham, I didn't know Lindsey Graham, what his influence, he was there for a long ass time in the seat. But I was like, okay, he just died. Republicans would just go, okay, he's dead. Well, his sister, Trump, he was a Trump loyalist. Also, Trump backed, the sister. That this should have been an easy breezy thing. Well, no, it appears that Darlene Graham, the sister of Lindsey Graham, is pretty much not a shoo-in. She did not get over 50% of the vote, which means that in states like South Carolina, that means they have to do a runoff. We don't really do runoffs in Pennsylvania, which pisses me off, to be honest, because certain people would not have won. To this day, I will stand on this. If we no in the mayoral race in 2023, the mayoral race, no one in that race got 50% of the vote, so it had to be a runoff. And if you pay attention to New York, they have runoffs. They have races like that. Like no one, they have to do all the, well, they do ranked choice voting, actually. They do ranked choice voting in New York, which is how you get a Mondani. See, that's democracy right there. Philadelphia, whoever has the most votes, it doesn't have to be over 50% of the vote. Now, I grew up in Texas, as y'all know, and we have runoffs. You got to get over 50% of the vote to be considered the winner. Now, some people can go in and just get it. But in some cases, it don't necessarily land like that if it's a 3-person race and somebody is in there. Like you look at what happened with L.A., like in California, the L.A. mayoral race. Spencer Platt or whatever his name is, the crazy nut that was over there who was trying to run, he did not secure enough votes to be in the runoff. It was 3 candidates, and he didn't even, I thought it was going to be him and Karen Bass, the way everybody was talking shit, and he ended up not having enough votes. So in the end, the progressive and Karen Bass are going face to face. And in the primary, not the primary, the general in November. But he got knocked out. He did all that talking, all that, oh, I'm gonna leave California, I'm gonna leave LA, I'm gonna leave California if I don't win. And like all of them, they all said they're gonna leave LA because of Mondani, and New York City because of Mondani, and they ain't even leave. All them rich New York people, oh, we're gonna relocate, we gonna do this, ain't did shit. Did all that fake pump faking and didn't do a damn thing. So now we're in South Carolina, and it's interesting because now there's certain endorsements going left and right. There's an intra mega fight. And Trump is, ways going all in for Darlene because there's infighting amongst them, right? Russell Fry, this Republican, has backed Darlene Graham. But however, Ralph Norman thinks he has a pathway of victory. He's the one going against her. Tim Scott then jumped in the case. How you doing? In the Senate race, backing Darlene Graham. So folks are really, some of the establishment is getting behind Darlene at this point. Because at first, some of them were staying out. They just say, oh, Trump gonna take care of it. Now they got to jump in and support her because they're worried about the state. Here's the thing. If Trump had it going on, which I know he does not, there shouldn't be all this intra-fighting. There shouldn't be. There shouldn't be, like, what are we talking about? Like, Republicans, everybody's so focused on Democrats and their bullshit. We're going to get to their asses in a minute because I'm so, oh my goodness. Like, talk about fumbling. They will not, listen, they will not win the midterms because of them. It will be because voters are so sick of these Republicans, and the Republicans are doing so bad, and the economy so bad, that the Democrats couldn't even fuck this up for themselves, no matter how badly they are. They're literally, if the state of the economy wasn't as bad as it was right now, if the government was not as bad as it was, they literally would lose. They will not lose because of how bad the other side is. But here's the problem. I don't know. They could blow. They could fuck it up because here's the thing. They literally blew 2024. There should be no reason Like, to me, 2024 was not about how good Trump was. It was just how bad the Democrats were. They should have never, it should have never happened. How, they fucked that up. They fucked that up. Trump didn't do anything spectacular. He didn't, no, he was as bad as it can get, and yet they were just worse in their whole messaging, outreach, their infighting, just the dumb shit. But anywho, the Republicans are at a point right now where they're not unified. They're Republicans in disarray. Everyone's always saying Democrats in disarray. Nah, they are too, but Republicans are as well. Like, both parties are literally fighting and fumbling and whatever. And I think that's why you're seeing factions within their party trying to like do something else. You got the Democrat side of things on the left. You got the DSA movement that's Democratic Socialists are trying to do something, right? But then on the other side of the Republicans, there's a group of people that are like third wave Republicans that are not like MAGA, but they got the radicalness they got the radical energy of MAGA, but they have the mindset of like, I don't know, Romney-esque Republican vibes. Tucker Carlson and that whole crew, they're all sitting there saying, look, we need to have a new wave. Like, we need to have a new party, which, I mean, I don't know if that's another third party, but they want to do something that is not, what Trump is doing. Like, Trump is taking over a Republican Party. Like, the Republican Party is pretty much MAGA. MAGA is now the Republican Party. The Marjorie Taylor Greens of it all, that type of cohort, they're finding a coalition to do something different. And, that's where we are. But as of right now, MAGA is still the law of the Republican land, and Trump is still trying to push what he wants to push, and his followers are not as receptive. He's 80. People are like, look, this man clearly doesn't give a fuck about this job. And I don't want to jinx myself, but sometimes, like I said before, Democrats that I know, these liberals, y'all are so oogie boogie man, scary cat, that you guys just overthink the wrong things. So many of y'all keep saying, oh, Trump gonna have a third term. You know what? Rather than stop trying to give Trump a third term, how about you get your ass up and get the Democrats another term, a new term? How about that? How about all of this? You all have created more diabolical schemes for Trump, and Trump is just weak as shit. And the man has won some things. I'm not saying he hasn't, but just so much of the concession and the rollover and just beat me on the ass, why don't you, attitude of some of these Democrats is just so weak, because it doesn't have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. This whole attitude of, oh, Trump gonna get a third term. He's gonna plan. I don't even think the man wants a third term. I don't think he do. And I don't even actually, I'm going to say, I think he just wanted to win to say he had 2 terms. I think he's worn out. I don't think he has it in him. And to be real, because I do want to say this, because now we're going to transition to the Democrats. Everybody going to get the equal opportunity offense. We can all admit that Biden did have to go. I got to say that Biden, the people that was like, we should have kept Biden to the end. No, Biden has a serious form of cancer. Biden is really tired. Biden was already on decline. He really should, listen, Biden should have never ran for re-election. He really should have honored what he said. But now history is telling us that no, it would have never made sense for Biden to serve a second term. That in some ways it was the smart decision to not have him run. Now, how we did that, we can't go back to history. Should there have been a primary? I don't know. I mean, yes, but the issue is, if we would have did a primary, he should have never ran. See, the deceit for me is that I don't care what no one says. The one thing, look, I I'm not saying it's all Kamala Harris's fault, but I don't believe all of these Democrats that was close to that man that can't tell me that they didn't know that he was not well before he had to finally bow out. I don't believe it. I don't. I don't. I don't believe it. I don't like this narrative that has been pushed of, oh, he was sharp, he this, he that. It was a lie. It was a lie. And I also think that the Democrats underestimate the American voter. Because see, when Democrats do shit like that, that makes people question their trustworthiness. Because you're telling me what I see in front of me isn't what I see in front of me, when it is what I see in front of me. And you got to stop playing in my face. And so I think that's how voters feel. And you got voters who are already distrustful. Let's be very clear. A lot of voters, not saying I'm one of them, but a lot of voters clearly, their distrust with government isn't just rooted in Trump alone. And I think we have to get past the point of framing Trump as the source of all the ills and what's wrong with government. Because before Trump was in office, these problems and these disparities existed. They got amplified and magnified during Trump for sure, but he's not the source of it. He is a catalyst. He continues to push and expand it, but he is not the primary source of it. And the more and more we see that, we look, Biden got into office right after Trump. Some things did improve, but some things stayed the same in ways that people were not happy. And you can't just put that on Trump. You can't keep saying, oh, Trump this, Trump that, because Trump is about to be out that door. And at some point, you're going to have to find another source. And you just can't keep, name dropping Trump for every single issue. It's a little played out. It really is. I'm over it. Like, I'm over it because here's the reason why I say this. Because when Obama was president, Obama could never take over and do everything he wanted to do without give and take from Congress and from others. Trump can only go so far as what people tolerate and allow. And there are Democrats within the party that are conceding to Trump in different ways that has allowed him to do further harm. Whether that's in the city of Philadelphia or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we have Democrats in power that are making concessions for Trump to further his harms while going to fundraisers and public events talking shit about him. Trump's agenda, parts of Trump's agenda, is being tolerated. Okay, not necessarily endorsed, but tolerated. And one could argue what's the difference at this point. But it's being tolerated by Democrats that's allowing this man to do certain things. And they're not pushing back. They're not. They're taking concessions. Which brings me to the Democrats. So let's just talk real quickly about that Wisconsin race. The gubernatorial nominee for the Democratic Party, David Crowley, black man, nice looking man, handsome, seemed like a decent guy. He was a centrist moderate pick. He won. He beat Francesca Hung, who was a Democratic socialist. People thought that she was the front runner. The race was close, though. Let me be very clear, and I want to talk about this, but this was a close-ass race. It was by a certain percentage number, and they don't do runoffs. So it was very, very close. And so it wasn't like she got blown out. Okay. Literally, it was point percentage of something that was the difference between both. But he won. A win is a win. And here's the thing. She could have, races are close on both ends of the spectrum. It was close for Dr. Saeed, El Saeed. It was a close race for him. These are close races. And I want to be very clear that, to me, when you see a race close like that, that means that people were really passionate and showed their asses up to those polls. And anytime you're seeing close races with progressives, To me, that's a win. There's a win for a progressive to say, wow, in a Wisconsin primary, a Democratic socialist, not a progressive, a Democratic socialist, this is a leftist to the extreme, they were that damn close to getting a Democratic nomination for governor in Wisconsin. So if they would have just been more progressive than DSA, they would have won. Because let's be clear, Dr. El Said is not DSA. There's some people from DSA that likes him, but he does not affiliate himself with the Democratic Socialist Party of Socialists of America. He does not identify as DSA. Francesca Hung did. And I wondered to myself, possibly, if it was a different candidate, this would have been a different race. I think the progressive could have won. But she was a little bit too different. She didn't want Thanksgiving. Some of her policies felt a little bit extreme. But she was so damn close. And that just tells you that, again, there's this back and forth, right? The progressives win a race 1 week at the primary, and everybody go, oh, the progressives take it over. And then, moderate wins. They say, oh, well, here's how the progressives lost. Y'all, these numbers are so close that I don't really think no one should be giving a lecture on what's a winning campaign or losing campaign. Sometimes a race is just a tough ass race, or it's a strong race. I don't have a recommendation for neither of these candidates in races like that, because obviously it was just a numbers game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like Helen Gim, when Helen Gim came in third place behind Sherelle Parker and Rebecca Reinhardt respectively. Yeah, there's a lesson that Helen Gim should learn from that. Like, there could be a conversation that progressives could have had about that race, right? And I talked about it, right? That's a conversation. But when you are like 0.4, 0.5%, just point, not 1 point percentage points and divide, I don't really think there should have been any notes. I don't really think there could have been too much to be said, because at any given moment, if a certain number of people would have shown up to the polls, it could have swayed what would you have said. I just think what we need to take in mind is in 4 years from now, if things continue to go the way they're going, there's going to be more DSA candidates. They're coming in hot. And the fact that they're coming in hot like this, and they're taking primaries, these progressives are coming in. This is a moment, and this is a moment that's reflective of what is happening in New York. I tell people what happens in New York sets the tone, right? So like if you go back like 4 years ago or whatnot, when Eric Adams won, I never forget the tweet I wrote, and this is, hang it up in a loaf, put it up there next to the Mona Lisa, and just say, do y'all remember when I said that an Eric Adams type of candidate will win in Philadelphia since Eric Adams won? I said that is going to be the trend. Somebody in Philadelphia is going to be a Eric Adams type figure, and that was Sherelle Parker. There are some parallels between her and Eric Adams. Both of them rock with the police heavy. Both of them have very bold, self-important ambitions to brand themselves within their cities. Both of them lean heavy into the nostalgia of their humble beginnings to erase the very upscale, elite lifestyle that they would later have. Some of them have lived more elite life, more so than they lived in poverty or struggle, but they will continue to harp on that smaller period of their life to kind of take you away from all the other aspects of what their life has been since. I digress. But there's a lot of parallels between Eric Adams and Sherelle Parker. That was the trend. And we saw very quickly across the East Coast and other places that there was a more moderate, centrist type of person that was winning in these types of cities. And the pattern was that they were Black. The pattern was that they were leaning more there. Okay. Now, Mamdani's in office. And what we're witnessing is what? We're seeing an increase of Muslims run for office. Like you don't get Dr. Al Said without Mamdani. If Mamdani was not mayor of New York City, this would not be happening in Michigan. I don't believe it. I just don't. I think he would have ran, but I don't think he would have won. Look how close he was. There is a visibility, right? Think about when Obama was president, right? There was an increase of black folks in Congress and, running for Senate, running for certain seats across the country. Like there was Obama's presence made normalized the visibility to say, okay, everybody was like, I can see this person governing. Okay, I'm comfortable with a black man governing. I'm comfortable with this because we was in a time where it just, if the country could get behind a black man for president, then that meant that they can get behind another black man for governor down the road. That's how you get Westmore. They could be more comfortable with more black mayors, and like there was an opportunity to expand. Right, we saw a lot of black lieutenant governors, than never before come into those spaces. Right, so it was a moment. Like I think about Duval Patrick, I think about all these people. There was a moment because of that visibility, and we're going to see that. We're going to see more of that. We're going to see more Muslim. We've had Muslim women in Congress, clearly. But we're going to start seeing some more Muslim men, and Muslim men that are not, that are Arabic, like proud Arabic type, very, very forward facing. We're going to see that. And I think that's just the trend. And so for a guy like Mamdani to win in New York City as DSA, of course that meant that was going to spread a movement of DSA and other parts. And a lot of these people that are DSA are going to be non-black faces often. Some of them are black, but a lot of these individuals are Asian. A lot of them are different identities and ethnicities, but they're not black. A lot of them. Some of them are, right? You got Chris Rabb, you got the guy in I think, Michigan. But largely, you're seeing a rise in people of color who are not black, but are DSA adjacent, that are getting closer to winning these big seats or getting these nominations. Are they getting everything? No, but there is such a rapid moment. Polls are saying a third of Democrats are DSA now. This is a pretty big damn deal. And so if that's happening already now within a year of Mamdani being in office, shit, wait till 2028. Like we're just going to keep seeing a build, and that by 2028, it's going to be all over the place. So I think we need to just really hold that in. And so I don't really have like a lecture about, Francesca Hung. I think the fact that she got that close to winning with the type of bold politics that she had, that says something. But also, I'm going to add this. I don't, if David Crowley was not black, he would have lost. I think what also drove his win was because of the fact that the party could get black voters, a certain contingency of black voters, to get excited to show up to the polls for him. Because if it would have not been the case for him, if he was not black, I could have saw some black voters in Wisconsin for that primary, send that primary out. I could see the numbers are so close that I could imagine black voters in Wisconsin, some of them, for various reasons, may have, if it would have been a white David Crowley, a white man, some white, middle row Wisconsin moderate running against a Democratic socialist, I think the Democratic socialists would have taken them on. One thing that it's too early, it's premature in my predictions. I'm a little too premature. But my theory is, in battleground states, if you put a progressive DSA type of candidate against a white candidate, the DSA candidate will win. If you put a non-black of color or white progressive or DSA candidate against a black moderate in a battleground state, the black candidate will win. That's my theory. It's a little premature, but that's what I'm sensing here. Because what will divide black voters, and I see it, we see it. I mean, this is what happened in Philadelphia. You had an Asian progressive, a white progressive light go against a black moderate. And black voters are like, well, at this point, they're Democrat. I'm a Democrat. They black. Now if it's a black Republican, you like a Herschel Walker, oh, hell no. We ain't going to do that. We ain't going to do that for Tim Scott. We're not going to do that. But a black moderate does not read, and I'm keeping it 1,000. These are uncomfortable, frank conversations. But a black moderate does not read the same way as a white moderate to black voters. They don't see that. When they see a black person, like, unless, I'm telling you, unless it is they're going against another black progressive, you don't see those distinctions as much. So when you put Jamie Gautier against Janie Blackwell, yes, we can have the conversation. Black folks will have the progressive moderate conversation as voters. But if you put a black moderate against a white progressive or a non-black progressive, we don't care as black voters. Some do, but others may not. You know what I'm saying? Others may not. Eric Adams was it was complicated with Eric Adams. I mean, first of all, Eric Adams was already in corruption. He had some crime stuff going on. And he was just polarized at that point. And we never really got that fight because at that point he went third party. I would have been curious to see how folks would have shown up for Eric Adams in that race if he would have not gotten out of that primary. But he was so far gone. The race was all over the place. I don't know in New York how that would have played out per se. We would have been a little surprised how many people might have rided out for him. I don't know. I mean, Mondani's also like a one-in-a-lifetime type of candidate, but that would have been interesting to watch. I will say over the past year, Mondani has built more momentum with black voters. More black voters are thinking of him more positively. It's taken some effort to really get him there. Because let's be very clear, black voters are loyal. They were not really, when you look at the initial primary votes, we were not heavily for Mondani as a collective. A lot, like Cuomo did well with the Jewish vote and the black vote. We could be a little pragmatic sometimes. But that being said, back to my theory, which I think still holds, because I've thought long and hard about this. It is a little early, but I have a thought. And so far, the numbers are showing that to me. You put a black moderate, and I'm talking about battleground states and cities. I don't know about battleground states, but battleground states. You put a black moderate against a non-black progressive in a battleground state, the black moderate will win. Will they have an uphill battle? Yes. But will they win? Yes. Because black voters are going to be the determining factor of where it goes. With this Crawley race, I see it. It's very clear to me what happened. I know some people in the Midwest. I know some folks in Wisconsin. I made some phone calls from some folks down there. What I was trying to figure out is what happened. And what I'm hearing is that, black voters like, look, this black man can make history. He's a decent guy. I don't hate him. I don't think he's a bad guy. And I think that's the thing, right? Like, if you get you a good black moderate that isn't appearing to be crazy, folks can rock with it, right? I think that's the Wes Moore effect. I think people are like, Wes Moore, you can't beat that. Because there's a lot of folks that will find black moderates like him, like a Crawley or Wes Moore. They say, look, they may be reasonable. We might find some common ground. Compared to a white moderate, like if we had, like for example, a good example. Good, perfect example. Austin Davis is the lieutenant governor. Austin Davis is a moderate, a liberal-esque moderate. He's a moderate, liberal-esque, right? Young, decent looking. He's a Libra, nice guy. Lovely family, lovely black family, right? If he runs for governor against a non-black progressive, so let's say a Nikhil Saval, let's say Austin Davis and Nikhil Saval go against each other for the Democratic nomination, right? For governor, hypothetically. Austin Davis is winning. Austin Davis is winning. Nikhil can be progressive. I would like his policies, but I'm telling you right now, Austin Davis is going to win that. Now, if a black progressive, like let's say Kendra Brooks, runs against Austin Davis, or Summer Lee runs against Austin Davis, they're going to win. Summer Lee's going to win. Kendra Brooks is going to win because there's going to be enough black votes that will shift for her. She'll get the white folks ready because white people have to choose, right? Those white progressives are going to come out crazy, and then you're going to definitely get the younger black voters. And you're going to get a different demographic of black voters that will go, okay, let me now have to, if I'm going to have to choose between two black people, I'm going to have to figure out what's the difference between those black people. A textbook example was the congressional race between, Sharif Street and Chris Rabb and Dr. Ayla Stanford. It was all black in that race. Oh, was there another white person that ran? We don't really know, right? But the three, right? Black voters determined that race. Now, white voters, by large, was like, look, we're going to go with the DSA guy, right? So they swung over there. But then black voters were like, okay, what we going to do? And so there was enough black voters to tack on with those white voters to give Chris Rabb that edge. But black voters had to sit down and make some tough decisions. We had to really look into what these men were talking about and what Dr. Ayla Stanford was talking about. So they had to figure it out. But if you just have one black person and the other person is not black, history says black votes will just go where the black person is if they decent. If we don't hate them, we'll go there. And we saw that happen with the mayor's race, even with Sherelle Parker. Even though Sherelle Parker had her problems, no one was going to take that from her. No one was going to say black voters by large was not going to be like, because they just weren't. And there was so much internal fighting between the leftists and the moderate, the liberals and shit over Helen and Rebecca that Sherelle was just like right there for so many black voters. And in a city like Philadelphia, that made all the difference. So that's the trend I'm seeing. I would encourage non-black DSA folks, don't run against a black candidate in a primary. Don't do it. If you want to keep your wins, don't run them against blacks. And the thing about it is that when you think specifically about the situation with David Crowley, and this is another example of why this is a very triumphant story. He had dropped out, like he was about to quit, like he dropped out the race or something. He gave up on his campaign. The brother really was like, you know what? I really don't, I don't really have a chance. I don't think I got a chance. Like he was a little engine that could. So for him to bounce back and get fired up and just go through it, that was community. Yes, it was the establishment and all their little interests too. But black voters saw that brother come. It's like, you say what you want about his policies. Listen, sometimes you just got to acknowledge what happened and not be so caught up in trying to wonk this shit out, because a lot of people don't, let's be real about politics. A lot of people don't be giving a fuck about policy. They don't. Voters do not give a fuck about policy like that. Unless it's something extremely detrimental, like you are raising taxes. You raise taxes in our fucking community. Okay, But yeah, you really, I've learned that the policy focus isn't as strong as people would like it to be. I wish we could have these sophisticated conversations, and that's why this podcast is important. But to be real with you, with voters, policy isn't, it's not as, it doesn't take up as much space in voters' minds as much as we would like it to be. I wish I could say to you that there was this policy that made people go, no. No, it wasn't. Sometimes it is as plain as what it is. He was a good-looking black man in a state that has seen, look at history, failed attempts in the past by black men who've ran for Senate positions and other positions. Black Wisconsin voters said, we finally have an opportunity to align with the machine that be to see one of our own get this moment. Wisconsin got something to say. And I think that that was what drove them to say, you know what, black voters say, you know what, I'm not going to sleep behind the wheel. This man may have a chance. I don't really know this Francesca Hung woman. She might be nice, but I don't really know her like that. And quite frankly, you know, why do somebody, like, you know, why do these groups get to come in? Because that's how they feel. Let's be real. Listen, DSA is very much an insurgency. And an insurgency can be good, but sometimes an insurgency can make people get like, okay, hold the fuck up now. And I think some black voters said, wait a minute, y'all not just going to come up in here and take moment. Like, y'all got to wait y'all turn. Y'all don't just get to see what's going on in New York and then come down here to the Midwest and come down here to these places and just take over shit. We going to need some things. And so I think there is I love this is what democracy looks like. I love the check. Nobody gets to take everything on both sides. The moderates don't get everything like they used to. The establishment don't get what they want to. But it forces people to have to come to the table and say, okay, what we gonna do? You win some, you lose some. I love it. I want a democracy where we got DSA. We got, you know, Republican. We got different voices. I love that. That's what it should look like. So I like it. I like it. I like it. I think we're better for it as a party if we allow it to be. Now let's get to this woke one shit. On the internet, people have said Kai Asi, the guy who, the Democratic Socialist in New York City who ran for Congress, well, tried to run for Congress. That didn't work out. He's an assemblyman, black, queer, gay man who is a member of the assembly or the city council, whatever, of New York City. Mondani him has some, you know, he helped Mondani win. Then Mondani was like, child, you ain't running for this congressional seat. There was some friction there. You know, so there's been some people online, some white leftists and people talking about woke one was crazy. And woke one is crazy. Woke one in AOC said it and made it even more famous. And she's got a lot going on with her too. So let me explain what this means. So woke one is in reference to the level of extreme radical, I want to say black radical theory and policies of 2020. And so think folks that were like, look, defund the police. Some people said abolish the police, abolition movements. People were talking about, you know, the level to which, you know, white cishet men in politics were just so privileged and problematic. Like there was a lot of some real radical black progressive radical thoughts about the criminal justice system, about reform, about politics, about all the things. Like, you know, hey, you know, no electoral college. I mean, all kind of things are being said at that time because that was the moment, right? That's how we felt. And as we all know, over the years, a lot of progressives like AOC and others that were on that wave and on that type time during that 2020 summer have now been hit with people looking at them like, okay, this isn't practical. This isn't, you know, functional. Like you said this, you said that. Now what? You know? And now some of them have had to adjust and adapt, and some of them have, you know, have you know, kind of softened their stances on those issues and changed their route.
Even Mondani was asked about it because, in the past, he talked about, certain tweets came up of him saying certain stuff about the police and the systems. And he said, look, I've changed. I've evolved my thoughts on this, whether or not to call it woke one was crazy, he won't go that far because that's he know, right? But what he said was, look, I don't, I've evolved in my thinking about certain things about government. Like, I'm keeping 100 with you. He ain't gonna say woke one was crazy because he understands how offensive that shit is, and like that ain't the move. But Kyle C said some things, and now he's using that reference, and he's black and he's gay, and that's just so fucking problematic on so many levels. And AOC's even saying it. It's like, girl, and AOC is just a lot of things. One thing I want to say before I read her to filth, respectfully. I want to say this. I think it's very brave and courageous of her to talk about her freezing her eggs and explain that experience and that process. She's doing a whole like vlogging about it, and I think that is very remarkable and a good message. And I've learned a lot just seeing her do it in this very open, candid way. And it's I think that's very powerful. And I think, I appreciate her for that. And also, she's not really taking major corporate PAC money and they're talking about her finances. And she's, I think she's very relatable in that way. So I want to just put the positive things that I say that I do think that she's had some strong moments and she has stood on business at certain times. And I will say that. But I'm also just going to say that I was deeply offended by her reiterating that messaging. Um, I think that she is playing both sides of the fence, and a lot of people are reading it as phony. I would agree. I do think that there's aspects of how she's moving is a little phony. And I don't think she's completely phony. I just think that there are certain things that she's just I just would wish that she could just be real about her evolution and stop trying to hold all these different flags as if they are not overlapping in ways that are like they're in conflict. Like I think she's trying to be everything for everybody. And she's gonna hit a wall with that, especially with the narrative that she has aspirations to run for president. I don't know okay. But she's gonna hit a certain wall because she's playing too many sides. And one thing about these damn leftists and progressives, they will eat their own. They will do that. They will beat their own before anybody try to beat them up. They will go after their own. They have done that with her over the years. And she's kind of been able, because of her popularity, been able to slide her way out of some situations. But I think she's going to hit a certain wall where saying stuff like that, it's like, okay, so is that how you felt or is that how you felt? Because for me, when I was speaking about police injustice and defunding police and all these things, number one, I understood what it meant. I understood what the conversation was about. And some people have allowed right-wingers to basically take over the narrative. To be very clear, to abolish the police was to simply do that, to abolish the police. There were extremists and those who were on the far of the leftists of leftists who believe in police abolition, and that's what they believe in. For me, I theoretically would like to see a world that did not have a carceral state. However, I'm a little bit more pragmatic in my thinking that in the world that we're currently in, to even have a conversation about police abolition when we are still operating in a state of capitalism is just too idealistic for my taste. Like, I can't envision having a conversation about a police abolition while still recognizing the state of capitalism. Like, and then to say abolish those things, all things, that's great. Like, that's a great moral position to have. And I think that it is a very, in some cases people virtue signal because they'll say all that and then they'll be like calling the cops. So it's like, and I'm not saying that people can't be imperfect, but I think what we gotta be real about is things that we desire and things that we aspire, right?
And what we desire and what we aspire can sometimes, the way in which we get there are different. So, what I mean is that fundamentally, I do not support the state of policing in America. I don't. I'm not a fan. I don't agree with it. I don't think that this is the solution. I think it's been everything but the solution. And that's never going to change. However, I think some leftists and some radicals are in a space where they're so theoretically able to virtue signal their beliefs, but also condemn and shame people for the material experiences of their current circumstances. So it's easy to tell people, don't call the police, which I get it. I understand that. But we are not yet in a space as a community where we have collectively, decided on what are the alternative ways to address these things. And are we considering safety? Are we considering other ways, right? Because again, it is easy to project these ideals because it makes you feel morally superior and makes you feel woke. And I get it. I understand it. But at the same time, what are our processes? What is our steps to getting there? Because it can't just simply say abolish it. It's not going to abolish tomorrow or whatever. But what are we doing to actively create a pathway to getting there? And I'm not saying that people have not presented those ideas. I'm just saying that the time in which we're doing that, you're also seeing people not that are also anarchists and they don't believe in government, don't believe in politicians, they don't believe in voting. And it's like, okay, we have so many contradictions right now because we understand who runs this system. And if you don't want to participate in said system, then what's the point of even having a critique about any politician? Because at the end of the day, you don't like anybody. I mean, everybody's the issue, right? So then what are you trying to achieve? Because we can't keep creating these false equivalencies where everybody's the same, everybody's doing the same. Like these are the real, like, it's easy to just say fuck everything and fuck everybody, but then also still have to operate and function in a world where actually you can't just say fuck everybody and fuck everybody. Somebody's going to lead, somebody's going to run something, somebody's going to do something, and telling a collective of people who are fighting for their lives or fighting for some aspect of survival to just abandon any notion of that in this country, I just think is a little too idealistic for my level of comfort. And it's not to say that I can't have faith, but I'm going to need to walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm going to need to, one, have dreams of evolution of the system to abolishment, but also actively work to educate, liberate, protect folks in the current time. We can't be in the future so much that we ignore what the fuck is in front of us. And so many people who often advocate for that thinking are not in actual positions of real influence and change where they can actually do the things they want to do. So pretty much, I'm not calling them losers. I'm just saying that some of these individuals are so checked out and removed from any actual sphere of influence that it's easy for them to just kind of just be, we're going to be frank here, but to, in many ways, be, oof, do I want to, a martyr, a martyr. And that's some of the energy because I've been around enough. I've heard enough. I've seen enough. And we have to unpack a lot of those complexities because it's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable conversation. And I'm trying to hold, the levels of empathy in space, but also at the same time recognizing that I'm being told about how I should be protected in spaces that have also been very toxic and harmful and unsafe for people like myself. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And for me, my mindset has been with defund the police specifically, because I want to provide clarity. I've written about defunding the police. I support defunding the police. Where I stood with defunding the police, because I don't have to say woke one was crazy, because I remember what I said during quote unquote woke one, and I still stand on that shit 6 years later, because I was understanding of what I was talking about. I wasn't jumping on trends. I was educating people about what these things meant. So y'all done let, the right wing folks define your stances, or these, moderates. Let's talk about it. Oh, you all were talking about defunding the police. Yes, let's talk about it. I am for defunding the police because in order to fund the police the way to which you all have been doing, everybody else has been pro defund public education, defund public services, defund arts and crafts, like arts and culture, defund parks and recs, defund public libraries. You all have been pro defunding everything else in the name of saying you're not for defunding the police. So in my opinion, I know the pot does not increase, the pot reallocates. And so in order to increase police funding, you have to decrease other things in the reallocation of funds. So in order to keep funding the police at the rate to which you all are, you are defunding resources that could go to public education, could go to public health services, could go to social services and benefits, could go to arts and culture, could go to parks and recs, could go to small businesses, could go to public libraries and other resources. That is what you all have decided to do. So let me be very clear. For those who are pro-fund the police to make it $1 billion in Philadelphia, in order to do that, you've had to defund other things. So it's not so much that I'm defund the police solely. I'm actually pro-fund education, pro-fund everything else. And so in order for me to defund the police, I would have to fund those things. I can't fund those things and fund the police at the same time. Somebody's going to have to take the hit. You all were basically pro defund everything else in order to be anti defund the police. I'm choosing to be defund the police in order to fund everything else. And let's be clear about defunding police too. I'm not saying that defund the police is down to completely unfund them to the point of zero. I'm saying that we should reduce the funding that we give them. We increase funding every year. Let's reduce funding for them so we can reallocate money elsewhere. Because everyone's talking about, what about public safety? But what about illiteracy? 60% of Philadelphians are illiterate or functionally illiterate. Like they can't read or comprehend or write at a level to which is at the appropriate grade level. 60%. We're okay with most adults in Philadelphia being illiterate. We're okay with the level of poverty we have. We're okay with the level of hunger that we have in this city. We're okay with the level of unemployment that we have in this city. We're okay with that. But you want to ask me about some public safety? So all that other stuff y'all okay with in the name of public safety. But the gag is that public safety has been going up and down, even though police funding has increased every year. Okay. So let me be very clear of where I understood what defunding the police was supposed to be. Because some of y'all done forgot the conversation because y'all have acquiesced for your own political aspirations. So AOC, maybe you should have actually stopped being performative and actually understood what it meant. Because if you understood what it meant, you would have never had to change your position or your stance.
But again, you want to, play politics. And that's why she's struggling within DSA. Because DSA New York like her, but DSA New York's whole strategy is not as radical, as extreme as the national DSA movement. That's why she's having problems turning circles, because she says one thing and it's inconsistent. But she come over around here talking about woke one is crazy. I'm going to have to ask her in real time what you mean by that and what was crazy about it. Tell me what part was. Because that's not funny. And don't use the black guy like, Kai Ossie or whatever. Don't use him as your backdrop because of what he said. Because he's not you, and he'll be dealt with in his own right by his own critics. But you're somebody who has potential presidential aspirations, and you've literally have ran off the backs of black progressives who don't even have the seats. You see what I'm saying? Like Cori Bush is a real progressive, can't get her seat. Jamal Bowman can't get his seat. So it's again, these are the different conversations that needs to be had. And so that's why I'm saying woke one wasn't crazy. Okay. Y'all were crazy for not educating yourselves on what these things meant before you was out here speaking on this shit. Because you can never change my perspective on defund the police. We should absolutely defund the police so that we can fund, right? Because y'all need a thesis. Defund the police so we can fund public education, fund health resources, fund resources to end poverty and hunger in our city. Defund the police to do that. And guess what? You can defund the police at whatever rate you want to rate it at. You can defund the police at $100 million and imagine how much. Don't just be what, $900 million? Okay. Defund about $200 million and see how much you can do for the city. Probably gonna have to do all this shit where we got to go into all these loans and debts, because if we actually did that, we imagine. But then I'm gonna have that conversation. I digress. So moving along, there's some media changes. I want to talk about media real quick. Claude is in the news. That's that AI technology. Because they're going to start putting watermarks, like invisible watermarks, on in their texts. So if you write paragraphs and things like that, you are writing, you copy paste or whatever, and you might think, okay, I can copy paste it and put it in my paper. Well, the AI detectors, because I know what that's like, because I grade assignments. The AI detectors will spot those watermarks and it will signal that it's been AI use. And this is a trend now to protect lawsuits and publishers, because Claude had the whole massive lawsuit situation through Anthropic. That was that massive class lawsuit, one of the biggest class action lawsuits of all time, over $1 billion. Settlement had to be paid out to authors because Claude was taking all these people's work. Now, watermarks, invisible watermarks, you can't even see them, are going to now be spotted. Stop playing with this shit, y'all. It's playtime is over. Write your own fucking papers. Y'all didn't think this is gonna happen? Because see, Claude getting in trouble behind all the copyright stuff. So now everybody needs to be clear on who's what and what is what, and we're not playing these games. Write your own papers. It's crazy that I now have to tell people that I went to school at a time where there was no ChatGPT and all that. I listen, and then my parents, like, we went to school. My grandparents, before there was like calculators. I was like, oh, interesting. Like they went to school before there was like digital website. They had to go use the Dewey Decimal System and shit. Who would have thought? But like, everybody has had some type of technological advancement. But my God, I mean, look, there was always ways for people to, I guess, plagiarize and steal shit on the internet. But the mere thought of like you're having something just generate whole papers and you all are like passing it off like that is just wow. So now there's going to start being invisible watermarks. So the AI detectors are going to really go off now. Like I said, you could be a professor and you can change the way that students will engage with your content and engage with assignments and make it more homemade. All the time it would take to just do that shit. Just sit the fuck down and write. But I digress. Instagram has changed their typography with a new word mark. People are like, what do you think about it? I don't really care. It's cute. It's okay. It's somebody's brand. I don't like, are we going to stop using Instagram because they got a new logo design? Like, who cares? I don't, I don't know. People just, I don't know. I think people make a fuss about certain stuff. And I'm just like, it's just to get the internet talking. I guess it worked. I think it's okay. I mean, the other one was fine. I guess for what it's worth, I like the older one better. But maybe because I've seen it longer and grown up with it. I remember when it was blue and it turned to black. And I was okay with that. It wasn't that much of a major change. This new one's gonna grow on me, but it's not like the end of the world. It's just that sometimes when you have like designs or logos and stuff, it's like, damn, you gotta swap out some of those designs and those texts, so it can be up to speed. The NABJ convention was in Atlanta this past week. A lot of y'all like asking me about, how you feel about NABJ convention, this and that. Man, fuck them. I just don't give a fuck. I really don't. Like, I don't, like, fuck them. Like, that's how I really feel. Like, I know I have to be classy and I have to say that's how I really feel. So I'm gonna say how I really feel for a little bit. Let me say this and then I'm gonna give y'all a classy response. But like I saw so many fake ass people that I've known over the years go down there. And I saw that shit and I was just like, y'all so fake. And then I'll be like, you know what? But this is why I am the way I am, because people will hold you to these high standards of loyalty and you got to take this stance, you got to do this. And a lot of times I have fought the fights for people, held it down for folks, defended folks, and I don't have no regrets about it, because whatever I do, I'm not a transactional person where I feel like you got to automatic, like I'm doing it because I want something from somebody. I will do it because it's the right thing to do. But there are times where I look at certain people and I'm like, you just shameless. You just pathetic. You're just weak. You just pressed. And some of these people in this business, I'm just like, I see why you don't have I'm going to be real. I see why y'all don't have friends. I see why so many people in the journalism business in my industry don't have friends, because you don't know how to be a friend. I see why you all are some insufferable careerists. Like, everything you do, you're trying to be the Andy Sachs, where everything's about your job, your job, your job, your job. None of y'all are going to ever be as courageous or as successful as Oprah. None of you all will have the heart and the spirit of an Ida B. Wells. None of you all will have the integrity or the level of bold courageousness of a Byron Allen, and ambition and ingenuity. You wouldn't. You're not about that life. You're not. You're not that talented. Your shit's mediocre. You all play it safe. You all dress the same. You all write the same. You all are posers most of the time. And so many of you all are trying to mirror the type of career that people like myself have and others who have stood on business and have spoken up. You don't even have it. And you go to that convention every year trying to get a job at some station, some predominantly white company that will not hire you because they've already hired someone that looked like you and they've already laid that person off. And at the end of the day, you're broke with expensive taste because these jobs are not paying y'all good salaries. But because you want to look like you're something on TV, you will go there and eat tuna out of a fucking can. But you'll also, at the same time, will get on Instagram with cheap makeup, with bad fitting suits, the Burlington suits that you can't take the string on the back of, and will sit up there and present yourselves like you're that dude or like you're that person. And truth of the matter is, you're suffering in silence, can't keep any friendships, can't really afford to go on no dates, can barely keep a shape up, but want to be visible. Because for you, journalism is not about actually truth telling. It's a fucking vanity project. And so many people that go to NABJ convention are there to simply be seen. They want to feel visible. It's all about a vanity project. So many of these people, like, look, journalism, look, there is always going to be that aspect of this business where you're going to be seen and there's going to be visibility and there's going to be lights, camera, action. But so many people in that space, 80% of what drives them is this ambition because they don't want to be an actress, they can't be a model, but they want to somehow be in the fucking mix because they feel like they really want fame. It's about fame for them. It's not actually about impact because most of the shit they do doesn't make any impact. It really don't. Like, they wouldn't know how to tell a story if they were not on camera. They chase labels. They don't really have any creative ideas. They copy each other. They all want to sound and act and mimic the person in front of them. There's a line of 40, 50 people trying to be Alex Holly. There's about 70 dudes in line trying to be the next Stephen A. Smith. And all of them are talking the same, dressing the same, listening to the same playlist, having the same goddamn haircut. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. And the gag is that they're in these spaces with these older people who are either predators, vultures, or washed up, jealous ass motherfuckers that literally are giving them dated advice that they can't even apply in modern times, and literally purposely pigeonholing them and limiting them so they do not succeed. Ask me how I know. Because I was there. Because I was one of those people over 10 years ago. Trying to figure it out, trying to fit in, trying to do it. And the crazy part is that now everything that I knew would come of the industry and what has been predicted forever, we're here. And rather than these individuals like actually like shift, they're still trying to chase a dream in an industry that is only pushing bullshit. I mean, there's some aspects of freedom, but it's very seldom now. And I'm being real. I'm being real because it's, yeah. And when I say fuck them, like, let me be very clear. I'm saying that for some people, not all, but a lot, that witnessed how this organization has consistently exploited, abused, traumatized, and in some cases banned aspiring, promising, outspoken voices, and continue to do so, by the way. These individuals turn the other cheek in the name of competition, jealousy, false sense of rivalry, and the thought that somehow other people's demise was going to elevate their career. And so I say from a great movie and a quote, may the ashes from the bridges I burn, you know the rest. Light me a new path. It did. And so every time I see this summer, every year when it comes around this time and people are like, oh, did you see this? Did you see that? And all this, I do. I see all these fake ass people on my timeline. I'm still follow pages and people are still in my network. And I don't say anything. I don't. But then when they come back, because they all come back to Philly, right? And they do the woe is I, and I don't have a connection, and I'm struggling between jobs and this, and they call me and I just be like, but you spent all that money to go down to that convention. And I thought you was there looking for a job. Oh, there was no job for you? Oh, you was down there hoping to get network. What happened? What happened? You still don't got a job. You still don't got a byline. You hanging on by a thread. But these are the institutions and the grifts that you want to continue to uphold and defend. Have at it. It's a cult. And people can have that. People can have that. The irony was that, interesting enough, there was a woman who was the vice president of print for the organization. And before then, she was a regional director. And the membership. So let me back up. She was in the position where when she was in office, she was one of the people that voted for me to be banned. She knew me for years. But just like Aaron, just like the rest of them, they all was complicit. They was all like, that ain't got nothing to do about me. I'm going to mind my business, or this is what they said. They just did what they wanted to do. And she was one of those people. And I told certain folks in that leadership team, I said, until it happens to you, because it will eventually happen to all of you, where you're going to piss someone off, you're going to be doing more than what people want you to do, and they're going to come for you. And when you silence all the folks that are outspoken and courageous and defend, when you take all the advocates out and you push them out, you will have no one that's going to defend you. You're not going to have anyone who's going to be able to advocate for you because you're going to be on your own. And so I've seen this happen. And so now this woman was the vice president of print for the organization. Aaron is her president. There was a dispute when she ran. She was running for re-election, this woman. And this had just happened, by the way. There were people that she's an independent journalist that were questioning her journalism bona fides. Like, what company do you work for? Are you a real journalist? All these nasty things. And the board initially voted that, hey, she should stay. We think she's good. Well, somebody from the board who was bitter went to the membership, rallied up some old founders and some old past presidents, and they went to the business meeting and they collectively ousted this woman out that position after the board had previously said that she was fine. Ousted her out of her role. Now, whether they were wrong or right, I don't know. I ain't in the membership. But what I will say is that they did this to this woman who worked for that organization and served and did all these things for all these people, and they turned her like that. And she posted about it, and I said, oh, how tragic. Because when it happens to you, you will see all those people, and look how they will do you. Karma is a bitch. And I have watched it with other folks in that organization. I've seen things and I just go, look at that. Look at that. And so when people are like, do you, how you feel? Do you miss it? Oh, they're still on bullshit. They haven't changed. They're still on bullshit. At a time where Black journalists should be more unified, we should be just better. No. And what's even funnier, the irony of this, is that they did a thumbs down award at their gala that was online. People were sharing it. They gave the thumbs down award to Stephen A. Smith. They gave the thumbs down award to CBS and the Washington Post. And I'm just like, oh, doesn't that sound familiar? Thumbs down award. I remember I gave the Philadelphia Inquirer a thumbs down award at the gala a couple years ago. One of my most iconic moments, by the way. It's on YouTube. But I gave the Inquirer Thumbs Down Award for their lack of diversity, right? Not having a DEI plan. And I noticed that they were using that same rhetoric to justify giving the Thumbs Down Award to the Washington Post. But the irony is that they fucking banned me shortly after I did that and turned around and had a reception. This is in NABJ, by the way, at the motherfucking Inquirer building and tried to create another chapter in Philadelphia, mind you, with that same organization. So I'm sitting here looking like, Aaron, it's not like the pot calling the kettle black. Like, I don't, huh? But then but that's the fake ass shit that they do. So they're fake. Fuck them. I thought I had a classier explanation, but fuck them. Like, that's what it really is for me. I don't have anything eloquent to say. I think I have said some things eloquently, but I don't have any because I just feel so bad for, my heart really goes out for those young journalists, the young people that are looking for jobs opportunities. And that's why I'm so invested in the Emerging Media Diversity Convention in Philadelphia, the work that we're doing at PAVJ. Like, I'm so invested in trying to mentor and reach out to so many people and encourage other folks too. But my God, just watching so many of these people, these, like, and they all know. Let me be very clear. Not the young people, but the professional folks, they all know what happened to me. They just don't care because they want what they want for themselves. And that's fine. But one of the lessons I learned is not to let a situation like that harden me to not be generous, to not give back, to not have compassion for people. That they will not take from me. They will not take my compassion for other people away. But what that situation did teach me is to have more discernment around my resources, my energy, my efforts. I will never again inconvenience myself and ever put myself at a net negative when it comes to my energy, my wellness, or whatever for any other organization again. That I will not do. Because I definitely did that at times for NABJ and my work. There were times where I definitely inconvenienced myself to the level to which I should. There was times where I sacrificed time and efforts and things. And look, when it was good, it was good. I'm not denying that, right? But what I learned is that I had so much. I've come a long way. I ain't perfect, but I've come a long way from how I felt about that situation. Because life, I've been blessed. I've survived what they tried to do. I look at what they did to me in 2023 was there was a group of people that were like literally preying on my downfall. Like they were hoping that in the midst of that, in that public moment, they were trying to embarrass me and shame me. And this is so funny about mental health. It's like all connected to what this thing I'm talking about in a minute. But the level to which they really try to run me out of journalism and run me out of the industry. They literally was trying to have a funeral for my career and that of the organization I was serving as president of. Like they was really trying to be like, oh, he's gone. We got him out the way, because that was just how spiteful and how jealous they were. And to now be where I'm at 3 years later, in the words of Elton John, I'm still standing. I'm still here. And to be in the position am now, while many of those people are not, ain't moved, ain't really popped off, ain't really seen. They're just trying to maintain. They are not where they are. And that organization, it feels so empty without me, from a famous song by Eminem. But so much of all of that, for all that they did, Gabrielle Union said it best. Did it get you a better car? Did it make you look good? It didn't do any of that. It didn't. And so I'm at a space now where I don't hold like deep resentment in that way. Disappointment, yes, that's real. But I could be in a space where it doesn't affect me in the way that it did before. Like, naturally, people that I see in Philly that I like, because y'all seen it. Like, y'all saw it, right? There's some people that y'all look like, you still go, yeah. And here's the thing. A lot of those people, to be real with you, that was there, I wasn't trying to out the weirdness of our relationship, but them ain't my friends. I will say this to y'all. They ain't, them people ain't my friends. I'm cordial, but you can't be my friend and be in a space like that. Like, you can't. You can't know what I went through, call yourself my friend, and be in a room with all my snakes. You just can't. Sometimes you just have to set boundaries. And people want to have their cake and ice cream too. No, you can't with me. You can't say a friend. And see, this is what I learned. Like, I was thinking about my grandma. You know how to say that them ain't your friends. Stop using that friend word all the time. You're right. For me, it was a reset of understanding boundaries. I was forced to. Because sometimes I'll just be like, mi casa, su casa, Oh, hell no. Mi casa, not your casa. It's not, no, not at all. I'm at a space where, with that situation, anything I give of myself in any organization, anything that's not my own, there will be boundaries. So that if anything goes left, I don't have any regrets. If I gave my time, it was time that did not inconvenience me or put me in a position of any type of regret. I didn't sacrifice, a vacation. I didn't sacrifice a family gathering. I didn't sacrifice time that I could have slept. I didn't do that. So that's where I'm at. I'm never going to super inconvenience myself or sacrifice my life or parts of my time or anything for any other institution. I'm not. And it get tempted sometimes, because sometimes you're like, I really want to, but sometimes I'm like, nah, I gotta, no. Because the level to which I had to take time to process the level of betrayal from that situation. And if I didn't have my support system, if I didn't have good friends and therapy, all the things, just in general, if I didn't have all that, it would have been it would have been just, it would have just been, and let me be very clear. I was never in that space of like self-harm and questioning self-worth. That wasn't what it was for me. For me, that wasn't my situation. It wasn't that kind of depression or anything like that. What it was for me, though, was I did have a period of time where I was just very distrustful. I was very distrustful. Like, I was like, I don't trust nobody. I mean, except I was just like, fuck, I was just very like, because a situation like that could do that. But I'm in a space now where I know how to separate and understand, like, have a better sense of clarity of understanding, okay, here's what I don't do. Because people love bomb me. I get love bombed. And I can see why people will love bomb me. Self-awareness is key. I could be an enigma for somebody. Like, oh, you're so, I like you. And I get that. And I have to be like, okay, you're doing a lot. That's cute. But let me be real. Let me snap out of reality. And so I have grounded myself in that reality of recognizing it's okay for people to be nice and be whatever, but that doesn't obligate me to have to match that energy immediately with people I don't know. That's wisdom. That's growth. Like, trust me. Woo, a couple years ago, but now I'm in the space of recognizing that. Like, okay, someone could do a nice thing. Thank you. Appreciate it. Does not force me to have to completely disrupt my entire chemistry of how I want to move and do things. I used to always feel like years ago that I had to express gratitude in ways that oftentimes was not just simply thank you. It had to be a performance of sorts of things. And that comes from childhood. Like, especially young black men, high achievers, like you're oftentimes like, you're trained to, in many ways, especially if you're talent, go to school, get good grades, tell the so-and-so thank you, this. And so when you're oftentimes trained to do that as a way of survival, as a way of elevation, you don't know when to stop. And so for me, because I didn't know how to stop doing that, that's how I got taken advantage of. And when I got to a place of understanding, okay, just because you're good at something doesn't mean that you have to be good with everybody on that something. Okay, that may have not made sense. In other words, I have a gift. I'm talented. But just because I have this gift does not obligate me to have to give my gifts to every person who's in need or who requests it. It's okay to say no. That part. But it's also important to understand that in saying no, it doesn't necessarily require an assessment of oneself or thought either. That's the big point, because a lot of times there's a feeling of, I disappointed somebody. Does that even matter? If you're acting as a responsible adult in these no's, okay? Like, we ain't just saying yes and then going no at the last minute, fucking people over. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? Be an adult, hold yourself accountable. I'm saying having the discernment to recognize what you're capable of doing and what you're not capable of doing. And rather than make it a contentious situation, just simply say no. And if people can't accept no, that tells you that you have to allow yourself to also hear that as well. But also be transparent about who you are and how you're showing up in the space as well. I think so much of this is important. It actually connects with the next things we're going to talk about here. But that was what that's some of the grounding I have. So now in these spaces now, like wrapping this all up with a bow, is that there are people that I see that are in the industry in Philly that fuck with NABJ, go to these conventions, do all these things. These people see me, they will smile in my face and do all the things, knowing what the fuck this group did to me, knowing what I had. And for me, I can give people hello, but you're not coming to the party. I'm not being what you would want me to be with others. There was a person one time, not naming names, that said, oh, and it was very weird. Like, this is a very weird conversation. It was just so weird. But they were like, I just feel like I don't get the Ernest that everybody be talking about when I'm around you. I'm like, what do you mean? Because mind you, first of all, let me be clear. I knew what they meant. And yes, bitch, I was being very reserved. But let me get back to the conversation. Yes, so they said to me, this, and I was like, well, what do you mean? Like that. And they were like, well, I mean, I just feel like, you be, so I hear that you're so, you're so social and stuff. And when I'm around you, like, you're very, like, standoffish and things. I said, I don't want to say I'm standoffish. I am just more open with people who are very much that I feel like I could be open with or I could be chill with. I don't, I feel like, you have certain circles of people that, I just don't think we have that kind of connection. And they were just taken aback because I think for me, again, gifts, right? I don't have to bring my full self with people who I don't feel fully open with. I think people are always expecting, I'm not just talking about myself, but in your life, just consider these things about yourself. Maybe I'm speaking to somebody on this podcast. Maybe this is resonating with somebody listening to this right now that's been in situations like this. You can be in spaces where people expect a certain enigma because you can come with that. I'm an extrovert. So by nature, I can be the light of the room. I come in, I can't help myself. I'm going to be bubbly, full of energy, right? And I'm like that in most settings. And you know what I've learned is that if I can't be that way, I don't go. Sometimes you have to. If you had an industry event or media event, sometimes it's work related. I have to show up. And sometimes I'm like, ugh, I don't want to be around these people, whatever. But most of the time, though, I will say I get to come to spaces and just be myself and glow. And it's a great experience. There are some times where I got to go to work. I got to be present for something. And I'm not coming with that because the people in that space, I don't fuck with you like that. And so you're not going to get that. And so somebody really just kind of noticed it with me. And I had to tell them in a certain way, respectfully, was like, hey, I don't really kick it with you like that. Like, I don't, you got a certain crew that you with and everything. And I don't feel comfortable being candid in a space with people that, that's kind of like two-faced it. I had to tell them that. And it was an uncomfortable thing. I said to tell them, it shouldn't be uncomfortable. If it's uncomfortable for you, you can always just change your action. But if you're not going to change your action, it is what it is. And I'm not asking you to either way. I'm just saying, I got my boundaries. And I'm not telling you to change who you are and change what your position is. But just don't expect, if I can't expect things from you, you can't expect things from me. And that's kind of how I explain that situation to them. Because that's how I am now. I don't want to call it selfish, but I'm just mindful. I used to spend back in the day, not now, with certain ex-friends. I used to accept people's excuses for why they could double cross me. And I used to have all kind of excuses in my mind. Like, oh, maybe they have to do this for work and do this for this. But meanwhile, when I looked at my loyalty to certain friends and people, I never really had to compromise. Like, I never had to compromise anything about myself or what I do in order to be friends with anybody. I didn't care what walk of life, what experience. I never had to be fake, is basically what I'm saying. Like, in any of the friendships I had, it was very clear I could be who I was and show up how I was. And if I had mutuals, I would actively work to bring people together, but I wasn't going to be fake. I think there's some people that don't know how to do that. They really want to be everybody's friend. And it's like, that's just not how the world works. A friend to all is a friend to no one. I believe that all day. I don't believe in no switcher. Anytime people would be anytime Black people are describing themselves as European countries, we've already lost the damn debate. I want to be very clear. Let me say it again. Anytime Black people are comparing themselves to European countries, we've already lost the conversation right there. There's a guy who was like, I'm Switzerland. Well, baby, shit. I used to say Ghana, but they don't like gay people no more. Baby, I'm Africa. I'm a continent, baby. I'm not even about to play them games. I'm just not. Like, I'm not. All this, I'm Switzerland. I'm not even going to be disrespectful. Switzerland does not need to catch a stray because I'm about to have a stray for Switzerland. And I'm not going to give the Netherlands or Switzerland any strays. No strays. Because I had a joke. I'm like, I ain't even going to go there. Because I was going to say, so you want to be a country with a... No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I don't even need to do that because they don't need to catch a stray. The person that needs to catch the stray is the person that described themselves as that country. So I'm gonna throw the shot. I'm gonna say, how are you describing yourself as countries that you can't afford to travel to? So they're going to catch the stray. They didn't catch the stray. Don't sit up and compare yourself to a country you can't afford to travel to. Do you have your passport? Do you have your shots? Listen, don't even compare yourself to a country you can't go to. You can't even go to Switzerland. How you Switzerland? You ever been to Switzerland? just see, that's what they're gonna catch the stray. I'm not gonna let Switzerland catch the stray. They didn't do nothing wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. But anywho, I'm at a point where I just know who I am, and I'm just setting healthy boundaries. And it doesn't even have to be performative. I don't gotta be like, I'm setting a boundary. I just don't do the thing. I just don't. I don't go to the thing. I respectfully decline. I just take myself out the space. I just go on mute. That's just what I do. Like, I have other ways of expressing it without having to declare it. And I hope that's clear. You're not going to see me in certain pictures with certain people nowadays. Like, you can see me in a certain, people, y'all are so messy, but I live for it. You'll be like, oh, so-and-so was there. And I'll be like, oh, I'm not faking anymore. I'm not faking about the relationships I don't have with people. Because you all see it. Y'all listen, y'all see it. I don't even have to tell y'all. Some of y'all got some good clues. Some of y'all of my interns in the office of the chief articulator problem. Some of y'all see these things. and you'll DM me being a little messy. And listen, I have no shame. If you right, I'll say you're right. I'll say, that's correct. That you clocked that. Like, I don't even have to say it because people will be very disrespectful. And if y'all gonna play in public, I'm gonna play back. You gonna walk in a room and act like you don't see a bad bitch. I'm gonna walk in the room and act like I didn't see a hater. Like we can do this together and it's fine. It doesn't have to be this like public feud thing. But it can just be the thing of like, yeah, we don't really like each other. Or this person doesn't care for me and I don't care for them. And you know what? That's just what they doing. They being fake for a bag. They gotta do it because they friend, they job or what. That's cool. That's cool. It is what it is. Like, and that's the industry, right? And so I have just learned so many of my friends, the older I get, the more I have to say this. Most of my friends are not journalists, and that's a good thing. Most of my friends are not journalists. I have a few friends that are in the business, but most of my friends are not journalists, and I'm very happy for that. I think that is a revelation that I've come to terms with, and I'm okay with it. Like one of my last great good friends that was a journalist, we're no longer friends, and like, and it's because of careerism. I learned a lesson: never be a loyalist to a careerist. Let's unpack this. Never be loyal to somebody who is more loyal for their job and career than they would ever be to people. I was loyal to somebody that was more loyal to their career ambitions than anybody else. I'm not going to say I made a mistake because at the end of the day, you live and you learn. That's life. But I'm never going to be a loyalist to a careerist. I'm not. Life is too short. And also, our lives are more than just the jobs we do. I promise you that. Is my career a part of my life? Absolutely. But it's not my entire life. I am somebody's son. I am somebody's husband. I am somebody's big brother. I am somebody's professor. I am somebody's best friend. I am somebody's lip brother. I'm somebody's fraternity brother. I am somebody's mentee. I am somebody's inspiration. I belong to a lot of aspects of life. I'm not going to let what I do in journalism be my end all be all. And I hope y'all see that. Like, I hope y'all see that, Like, you got to have fun. You got to have fun because it's just, I don't know, when you're in a space of freedom and liberation and you're doing the work and doing your things, you got to be in a space where you can just be so open-minded and not, because I think some people hold so much stuff in and it does show up in the work. And I think that's why some people's work is crap because it's like, you're not being real. This is not how you really feel. You're so caged. You're so canned. You're so uptight. You think changing your hairstyle every 5 seconds is going to give you a person. Let me stop. I was not talking about anyone in particular. I was not talking about anybody in particular. That was a general statement. I'm lying. But here's the thing. When you don't actually have a personality, you will always cosplay as a bunch of people. Word to the wise. Just saying. All right. So moving along in media. Wow, this is gonna be a long episode, but that's cool. Y'all like a long ass episode, and I told you this is gonna be a very frank episode. We talking, and y'all love it. Y'all know y'all love it. Y'all here for the shits. Enjoy. I didn't even realize. Shout out to Joe. Joe be listening to this episode. I mean, him and the Hamiltons. I'm just gonna call them the Hamiltons. The Hamiltons. They listen to this show a little too close. I be like, damn, y'all really be listening. I'm like, I didn't know y'all can catch that. They listen. I be thinking, I'm like, y'all be listening. So, Darius Cooks, or as I will call him, Darius Crooks. So, he is now a substitute teacher or something like that in HISD, the Houston Independent School District, HISD. Y'all know I grew up in Houston, so I'm gagged right now. I'm like, oh my God, what he doing in these schools? Now, for those who've been long time listeners of Ernestly Speaking, like y'all go back some years. You remember this man. Y'all remember Darius Crooks. Some of my most listened to episodes. Darius Crooks, or Cooks, but we call him Crooks, is the man who went viral. He was making them recipes. He was cooking, and he wasn't really a good cook, but he was this black man went viral for cooking. And he wrote cookbooks that had typos and spelling errors in them. He was accused of scamming people out of events. He was doing catering events and wasn't showing up. He was apparently selling products and things. There were people that was working with him and he sold their recipes allegedly. Like, it was a bunch of shit connected to him. He also had allegations of like, there was some like criminal activity or some lawsuits and things. Like, there was a lot of stuff said about him. The EEOC, Better Business Bureau, all these different people had said things about him. Like, there's so many things, allegations out there about him. He's just got a lot of controversy. I wrote a whole piece about him for Daily Beast like 5 years ago about like how black women called out Darius Crooks and talked about this whole phenomenon around him. Like, a lot of people. I interviewed a woman named The Kitchenista. That was like her name. She's a great cook. She's a wonderful cook on Instagram, but she's known as The Kitchenista. And she makes these really great recipes. And she always uses duck fat. Like, I love that about her. Like, she loves her some duck. Ooh, and I love duck too because it's so rich and good and all the good things. But anyway, I did a special edition episode where I interviewed her about her calling him out and how it led to other women in the industry calling this man out. Well, he hated me because I was the one who spoke up about him in the public and covered his ass. This is when Black Twitter was still popping. He was one of the people on Twitter that people talked about. Like, Sean King, Charlamagne the God. Like, there was people on the internet like Kweli Talib, that one dude. There were people on Twitter that were problematic. And he was one of those people that were like those Twitter folks in Black Twitter where people knew about this guy. He was nuts. So specifically with Darius Crooks, which went by Darius Crooks, but he went viral this past week because he was talking about how he was a substitute teacher at a school, like a high school in a public school in the Houston Independent School District, and he was emotional. He was crying about how the kids couldn't read, and he was just didn't know what to do, and he felt bad, and he felt helpless, and it was just like really emotional. The clip went viral, and everyone's like praising this man and saying he's raising awareness about this issue in education, about how these kids are getting passed through and all this stuff. First of all, let me just start off with that. First of all, if anybody's been paying attention to public education and educators, they've been saying this shit for years. That he didn't say anything that we had not known already. And I don't know. Do people have kids? I mean, I don't have any children, but I don't know. Like, are y'all not talking to y'all? Do y'all not look at your own kids? And are y'all not in schools teaching? Do you have friends that are teachers or professors? I mean, y'all know me. I'm a professor. I tell y'all about some of the stuff that I'm seeing and hearing about. Like, this is not, No Child Left Behind was a total disaster, right? We know this, okay? So let's all catch up a little bit here. We all know this. So I for starters, I was kind of like, why are we acting like we don't know this? But what was really interesting though was that a lot of these major media outlets, the black ones at that, shared this man's video. I'm like, y'all don't know who that is? Because I saw it and I was like, I know that ain't who I think it is.
How the hell did he get up in the school district?
What school let his ass up in there, given his own transgressions, his past transgressions, allegedly? So he did a whole video talking about how people are questioning his credentials, and he gave this whole speech about he got this certification from here and did this and got this. Well, apparently some news reporters did some investigation and digging, and then found that some of the stuff he was claiming he had, that wasn't substantiated, which I wasn't surprised about. But now he done turned into this whole ambition to get a master's degree in education. He got these certifications and he wants to now teach. And I'm just like, well, what happened to that cooking business that you had? Because apparently he still cooks. Like, he still cooks online. And apparently there was an event that he's supposed to have did that was a paid gig in Baltimore. And the people said they had paid money for it and they felt like they had got scammed. But see, I have empathy for people, right? I do. I do have empathy for people who have been exploited, scammed, all the things. I do. I really do have empathy for folks. But sometimes there's a part of me that go, so wait a minute. You didn't know that this person did X, Y, and Z thing? You don't know about this? We just gonna sleep on that? You just didn't know shit? You didn't know anything? Like, we just gonna... So I I'm just like, come on. So the fact that 5 years later, there are people that still having these experiences with this man, his business practices, like, how many stories, how many times? And for starters, his food don't even look good. But people are like still talking about how they spend money. It's like, how? But again, people don't believe it until it happens to them. That's just that's the theme, y'all. Until it happens to you, that's what it's given. But moving along. So I want to talk about this real quick before I talk about Jason Arday. So Alice Cooper, she's the host, multimillionaire host of the show Call Her Daddy. There's a lot of people that's hype about her. She's like one of the most successful women podcasters. So, white women stand up or not. But there's hype about her and her millions, and she brings everybody on the show. It's white feminism at its best, I suppose, or worse, depending on how you feel about it. But she's got a following. She's got money. She got millions. Hell, she got more listeners on her podcast than mine. I mean, she's doing her thing. White mediocrity wins at the end. I've listened. I don't get it, but then I'm like, I'm not the audience because I'm not the audience. I'm not the. I don't know. It's not in my speed. But then they'll say I'm a snob. Imagine that. I don't know. Somebody likes it, and I guess it hits for what it hits for, I suppose. Michelle Obama went on there. Celebrities go on there. That's, they... But there's a reason, though. They won't go... Okay. Anywho. Well, she had a brand called Unwell Beverages. And they were with Nestle about a year or so ago, this big old contract. They tried to say she was worth $500 million at one point, but now it's announced that they're going to stop pushing this product. The product was in Target, the product was in different stores, but apparently they're going to stop pushing this product by Halloween. And a lot of folks are gagged because they're like, wait a minute, this was a big deal. She had this product with Nestle, a beverage product. I guess it's like a tea or some type of drink. And all of a sudden, it's, everybody gassed it up. They thought it was going to be this big brand deal, multi-million-dollar deal. She's got her products all around. And somehow, it's clearly is not successful. They're going to, stop making the product. And it's just going to, they're not moving it. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Look, she's a rich white woman. She's gonna keep making her money off her podcast. So we ain't even gonna act like somebody had a downfall. Her podcast is called Call Her Daddy. What the fuck does she know about beverages? I'm just saying. These beverages apparently had like some of them were like vitamin based, protein this, different things. And she was promoting the beverages heavily on the podcast. And I guess the podcast, you could watch it on YouTube and things like that. But apparently that's where people will see the products. She was sending them to influencers and all these things. Now, I'm going to be real with you. I tried one of them because she didn't send it to me, but I heard about it. I said, okay, what is this? To see it. I can tell you, I can confirm to you, I understand why this product did not work. First of all, I don't know what it's trying to be. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a healthy beverage or it's supposed to just be a random beverage. First of all, it's very pricey. Let's start there. It's very pricey. Like I want to look up a price right now of a case of this because I remember it was very pricey. And I've always wanted to understand like what was this supposed to be? What was the product supposed to be? So pretty much a bottle of this at ShopRite is like depending on which one you get, it's like $3 for a bottle or $2.50 for some. There were like a sparkling energy drink. There were like ones with electrolytes. There was one that was basically it was electrolyte drink. They only had like 4 grams of sugar. They had one with protein and with protein in it, and that was $3 for a bottle. And then it had some that was like $2.50. So it ranged. So this is a part of what is called the Unwell Network, which is basically her podcasting, merchandise, and live events. They say that it is worth $500 million following a fresh funding round. But the beverage has now folded. So I tried one of these drinks. Which one did I try? I tried the Rapid Hydration Focus drink. It wasn't good. I didn't try all the drinks, but I tried that one. It wasn't good. I didn't get the point of it. Like it was I have I have the drinks I already drink already. So I was just like, well, what is it giving? It's really not giving anything. It's just another one of these energy drink, like watery fruit water flavored type drinks with some minerals and things. But I feel like it wasn't doing anything. Like I didn't feel anything. I went, like I drink Happy Being. Happy Being, baby, that's the drink right there. If you want to talk about like a really good, like, it's not an energy drink, but it's a healthy drink. Like it's got all the things. Now that Healthy Being, look that up. Healthy Being is what Unwell. I mean, first of all, they couldn't even compare. I mean, the ingredients, the like it's not even the same drink, to be honest. I shouldn't even be comparing the two of them. I felt like this was like a Celsius it was basically, this is like basically a wannabe Celsius without any of the level of milligrams of energy. I mean, I guess it was a wannabe Celsius. I guess the best way to describe it. But definitely overpriced. Definitely wasn't that tasty as a beverage. And I think what was driving the hype was her. But I tell people, and this is what I tell people about branding and marketing, that the identity is enough to get people to the product. But if the product is not good on its own merits, people will not go back. See, this is what these celebrities get confused. Some of these girls that got the makeup lines and the stuff. Fenty Beauty was not only good because Rihanna was the face, but it was also very good products. Like Fenty Beauty has some iconic ass products that even I know about. And I'm like, damn, that bomb, like they have good shit. Beyonce has tried in the past to push things off of her name and face that did not pop. But this Sacred is doing wonders because people really like the product. The product is really good. People have said good things about Sacred. It's a good ass product. So if you have a good product with a face behind it, you can sell. The issue with this unwell shit was that the shit was really unwell. I don't even know why she would call her shit unwell, but like, what? But the drink was unwell. And so at the end of the day, that's what happened. But this is what I'm talking about with brands. And of course, we see this all the time. Celebrities and folks think, first off, she's not, I mean, she's got a following in a certain niche, but the type of followers that she have that engage with her products, to sell a beverage like that is such a very niche thing that I don't know. I just don't think she thought that through. I think about this like with influencers, right? You got influencers that in Philly, they have like these huge followings of like young people, but they want to be taken more seriously about their tastes in their audience. There was one influencer, I'm not even gonna name names. Not this time. They had a large young following. They went to this new restaurant. This is years ago. But they went to this new restaurant in the city at the time. And it was a nice restaurant, bar, had a nice little setup or whatever. Well, they promoted the restaurant on their Instagram story. Even though their Instagram was previously known for like snack type foods, but they wanted to break into restaurants and more serious things because they're more mature adult, but their following is a lot younger than them. Well, a bunch of these young people ran to this restaurant and pretty much went to the bar area, went to the stuff, and really packed this place out in a weird way, but couldn't really drink. So they were all like drinking like mocktails and little things, but they really couldn't have the full experience of what they wanted to have. I don't know, they didn't look at the prices, they didn't know what the prices were, but they pretty much end up going there and was not actually eating like actual full course meals and things because one, the prices did not align with their budget, and also they couldn't drink liquor, so they were getting like mocktails and other things. And this restaurant had like contacted the person apparently and told them like, hey, you got all these people here, but like that's not the vibe we're going for. But I say all this to talk about alignment. You got to make sure that the people, like, it's not just enough to have a bunch of followers. Who are the followers? What is the audience? What are their habits? And how does this connect to them showing up and buying the product? Like, it's got to be all of that considered before you just drop something like that. So, yeah, just something I noticed. And then lastly, before we get to Philly politics, Jason Arday, this is the academic who is black, was the first or the youngest black professor in London, in England, in Cambridge, I believe he was at. Um, got in the sphere of attention around plagiarism. There was allegations that he plagiarized, certain work that he did in text, and then there was things said about his upcoming book or his book he just dropped about his life that was filled with errors and untruths and lies about aspects of his identity and experience, but a bunch of things. Lots of problems here. Well, he resigned a couple of days ago from his position. The pressure and the scrutiny led to him leaving the job. And shortly after that, a few days later, he was found dead in his apartment. it was that, it's very sad. This is very unfortunate. Just like a very like, damn, that it just went so fast. Um, I didn't really cover it. I didn't really say much about the situation in public because for me, at least, I just knew what it was the moment I saw it. Like, I think we don't have this world just lacks nuance. And I feel like we never get nuance in situations involving Black people in a racist society because we as a community do not know how to hold multiple truths because we're always on defense mode because we're always up against a system that doesn't allow us to be full humans and have accountability. But I have always said that if, as a Black person, I want to live as much as a full human experience life as possible. And I allow myself to do that. I think there are some Black people that don't allow themselves to have a full human experience. And they allow white supremacy to rob them of that. And I'm going to unpack what this means because I think you can hear it one way, but I want you to hear it in a different way. I want you to rethink this real quick. When I say I want a full human experience, I want, as a Black person with other Black people in my own community space, I want to be able to have joy, excitement, happiness, pride, rage, anger, disappointment, frustration, pettiness, humor, sarcasm, comedy, revolution. I want to have all of the feelings. And what white supremacy denies us is that why it denies us the space of joy or happiness, it can also rob us from the ability to have disappointment and discernment and frustration. And what I mean by that is that we are never allowed in society, we don't allow ourselves, to a certain extent as Black people, to recognize the full scope of experiences and situations. There's no room in some spaces to cry or to feel sadness. There's no room for people to not want to feel resilient and feel strong and bold. There's no room for people to shame people for doing bad things. There's no room for people to express disappointment in people that are powerful and influential. There's no room to say something's a lie. There's no room to throw shade. I don't know. It's just, we don't allow ourselves sometimes to have the full experience because in the name of we got to protect our people, we can't talk about that. Or don't say this. Or you're tearing down a Black person if you do this. It's like we don't give ourselves the space to do live the full out experience. And I'm just have seen that we do this in the name of white people that get to do that every day. And I'm not saying I want to do what white people do. I want to do what humans do. And sometimes the default of humanity is given to whiteness, where there's this mindset of, well, they can cry, but we can't. No. Humans cry. Humans can feel betrayed, disappointed. Humans can, as people, love some aspects of a person and recognize they were flawed. But we won't talk about Michael Jackson today. What I'm getting to is that we don't get to carry this. We don't allow ourselves to have all these different feelings and emotions. We feel like we have to be always on. And so my thoughts about Jason Arday are complicated. They're complicated. For one, his death was unfortunate and tragic, and it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And essentially what that confirms to me is what we already knew, is that this man was troubled. This man was fighting a lot of demons, and there was a lot of insecurities and a lot of achievement gaps and things, because in the name of being high profile and being visible, there's that pressure for some people that they have to maintain it in one way or another, and they don't rest on their talent or laurels to be enough, that they feel like they have to add another pizzazz and do another thing in the name of trying to maintain, because they're afraid. They're afraid of what rejection would feel like. They're afraid to lose things. And if they lose those things, they lose themselves, their sense of self, and don't think they have purpose to live. And I think that's what happened to him. And so I want to carry this with a lot of nuance here. So for starters, I want to say that he was targeted, right? Two things can be true. There is some fault there. I'm going to get to his fault, but he was targeted, right? There's been this onslaught of far-right institutions that are looking for every reason to accuse people of plagiarism, accuse people of these things, and they just are looking for any rap sheet they can find on people to blow up a scandal, blow up a thing, to find a person capable of something. Like, that's just what they do. And they've done it with so many folks over the years. And in some cases, right, there is like an objective, quote unquote objective way of saying, look, this person did do the thing they're being accused of doing, right? We as a society got to figure out, what does that mean, right? In some cases, should everybody get the same type of penalty? Should there be a warning? Should there be a demotion? Like, what do we do in those situations? And in higher education specifically, they're targeting anyone Black that's in these spaces that they feel like has a certain advantage. So he was young, he was different, he was new. He had a target on his back. And only then he should have had his shit together in a certain type of way. So that can't be ignored, right? We all know there's a pattern. They did it with Claudine Gay at Harvard. They've done it with so many people in a pursuit of that. And you know, it's not just a Black person problem. It's so many white folks that have also had similar issues. But that being said, you know, I looked at some of the stuff that was being said. And the academic stuff, you know, look, I think some of it was arguable, right? But it wasn't, for me, it wasn't so much about the academic writing that was in dispute, but more so about that book and the ways in which he just flat out lied and was making things up as a way in which to build a sense of character. That's a major character flaw. I mean, to try to really, with all the success he already had, the need to want to continue to reinvent and recenter and restructure one's identity in that type of way, to deceive, to over embellish, you know, in this type of way. I just thought that just spoke volumes, because then it becomes a question of, if that's what you're going to do in one aspect of your life, how does that show up in other things of your life? And so those were red flags for me. I think that the way in which he got exposed was harsh, but also a part of the system. Because here's the reality, and this is, you know, my book, The Case for Cancel Culture, not in this regard though, right? Not death and suicide and things like that, not that. But what I say to folks in situations like his is that, you know, they said Icarus was too close to the sun. I think about the fact that you are somebody who gravitated to the public spotlight. You wanted this level of attention and limelight. You demanded it from the press. You demanded it from the public. You drew a lot of attention to yourself. You built a lot of that foundation to which you were trying to get that attention and visibility based on a lie. And there's only one way this story is going to go, right? It's either that you keep the lie going and deceive people and accelerate and benefit off of deception in a space that's supposed to be about integrity and academic integrity and all the things. Or you get exposed and the balloon pops, and then the very institutions that you demanded attention from and resource from, they respond accordingly. And so this was only going to go one way. You know, it wasn't going to be able, like, this was going to eventually falter. The tragic ending was sad because I think he needed help. That's not what he needed, right? Not that wasn't the response. There's conversations, and people are saying that he got dog piled on by the media. They're blaming reporters. They're saying his blood is on their hands, that the coverage of him in this way, all the things. I think that we do a disservice to understanding mental health by simply blaming one institution for something like that. There's been a lot of people who have had aggressive media scrutiny, and they did not unalive themselves as a response to the backlash. Some people just took a break. Some people just got therapy. I think about Jason Blair. He's the former black reporter at the New York Times. Like, this was like over 20 years ago. And he pretty much had a huge scandal. He was this rising journalism star, at the New York Times. I mean, he was covering politics and these issues and was making whole stories up. Whole stories. There's a whole documentary about this. I think it's called like A Fragile Trust, I believe. I watched this many years ago. But he completely fabricated and lied about everything. And for all of that, right? All of that he did, he's still alive. He's still alive. He's moved on. He's wrote a book about it. He did everything else. And so I say all to say he had a lot of scrutiny. I mean, bad scrutiny. And his mental health was impacted. He was depressed at times. He had all the things. But he didn't do that, right? And so I say all that to say that while media did not help, media was not the cause. Somebody who was unwell, somebody who was already struggling with other issues, clearly reacted in a way that was beyond what people could have expected. So I just, is the media power ons decent, effective? Absolutely, they were not. They were not. But I think we are doing a disservice by simply saying, this happened, is your fault. That's the easy reactive way to responding it. But like I said, there's been several people who have been scrutinized. I mean, look, Rachel Dolezal. Okay? Rachel Dolezal, remember her? She, my goodness, warranted, mind you, got a lot of media attention, but at the end of the day, she's still around. She's got an OnlyFans account apparently. She's doing all kind of stuff. So there is a universe to which one does not have to, detour into this type of exchange. Understand the media was wrong. I mean, the New York Times doing a story right after about his credentials, whether he was qualified to have the job after his death. That's just kicking a dead horse. No pun intended. It's just not a good look. It's just not a good. It's not good. It's a hit. It's a hit. John's a bad John. It's not good. They shouldn't. I just think that's just tacky, right? But I hold all these multitudes of feelings, and at the end of the day, they all boil down to empathy
and disappointment. Disappointment in how he responded and how this happened. Empathy for his complex life and the pressure that he was experiencing. Yeah. Yeah, I think, I think the takeaway for me is when we recognize Black people who accomplish these types of situations and attention moments, right? To really lock in on them, like really let them know they're loved, let them know that they don't have to be perfect, give them space and grace to navigate certain aspects, have honest conversations. But it's just unfortunate, that we see these types of things come up every so often nowadays, and it's just become such a pattern, and it's unfortunate. So I mean, at this point, it's no point to continue especially on the media side of it. There's no point for anybody in the media should continue to, you know, question this man's entire talent. I mean, deep down inside, there was talent there. I mean, he just didn't completely fall out of the sky. There's clearly talent there, but measuring response and reaction, and were these the best methods of responding, that's the $1 million question, right? And so that's what I think a lot of people are trying to figure out and navigate. So that's that. My thoughts and prayers to his family and to him. So moving to local politics. These data centers, these AI data centers, they're not popular in Pennsylvania. KOP, King of Prussia, they've been voted preliminary to get them up out of there. They want to pause the way in which those data centers are coming into Philadelphia in that KLP area. There's a lawsuit being filed. There's all kind of stuff happening right now over there. With Josh Shapiro, Governor Josh Shapiro. Look, he is the likely guy that's going to win the upcoming gubernatorial race in November. However, across all parts of the political spectrum, whether you are a moderate or a progressive, whatever, nobody likes these data centers. Nobody do. And he is struggling because he then built a whole brand on open for business in Pennsylvania, talking about grid and all this shit. And this data center stuff ain't popping. There's reports of Pico energy bills going up when data centers come around. Like, you the guy who don't like new taxes, but you're also talking about affordability and cost of living. These data centers and these jobs you keep talking about they're gonna bring, it's like these jobs. Like, you're talking about they're gonna bring these jobs for all these construction workers and unions and all these other people, but I don't see it. I don't see. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. And so much has come out about conversations with Amazon and these tech companies. I just it's not working. It's not working. Data centers, the conversation on data centers, they're not popular. They're not. And what's unifying people is that they're not just being built near Black communities, because these rural areas have a lot of white folks. These white folks are woke up to it. They're like, nah. The fracking situation was already a hard hit. Now you trying to do this? Hell no. People have already heard the stories. And I'm like asking myself, why are more people unified and mobilized on this? Because now social media is the driving force of how people are consuming news. So if a lot of people are seeing these reels, these conversations, this information, it's getting to them faster. Their kids are seeing it. They're more informed to take action. I'll just, people say what they want to say about social media, but a lot of times there are moments where visuals and information is getting out there when in the right algorithm. And a lot of people are hearing about what's happening with this, and they're not okay. Like, they're like, nah, I'm seeing things that your mouth is saying, things that my eyes are seeing otherwise. Like, it's not matching. And so Shapiro, he's in a big one. He's in a big pickle, as he should, because this is not it. This is not it. And I've never been a fan, and y'all know that. So just putting that there. Now, Christy Brady came on the record with Ernest Owens. You know, my show, 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Progressive Black Talk Media, on the record. She came on, first time on. And one of the things that has been big is that she talked to me about, you know, the latest investigation into the homestead exemption that fines an additional $30 million annually for the school district of Philadelphia in the city. So she done did some work. She said, listen, the revenue department indicated that it took remedial action to remove 13,355 illegitimate homestead exemptions from a list of 22,041 properties receiving the tax benefit. They're saying these actions provided $33.5 million in new revenues for the school district and the city. However, the Controller's Office Special Investigations Unit, this is the SIU, conducted a deeper dive into the data and identified 58,000 properties with various degrees of risk. If revenue realizes similar results from their initial remedial actions and investigates all properties that may not be eligible for the homestead exemption, the annual amount of new revenue, tax revenues, could double. She's saying, Christy Brady, that over a 5-year budget, that's a remarkable $300 million for our schools and vital city services. There are more than 250,000 properties listed as receiving the homestead exemption, a tax benefit that provides a savings of up to $1,400 per residence. However, the controller's investigators analyzed all the property records and established 5 conditions per property to assess the highest risks of false eligibility claims. Now, according to them in this report, this includes, these are the 5. 1, different addresses listed between the mailing address and property address. 2, mailing addresses that match the mailing addresses of other properties. 3, property owners with a name identical to other homestead recipients. 4, properties owned by a registered business, an LLC. And 5, mailing addresses located outside the city. These examinations resulted in 58,000 properties exhibiting at least one condition. The more conditions a property listing meets, the higher the likelihood that its homestead exemption status is illegitimate. She ain't playing. Okay? She ain't playing. This is big. This is big. And I think a lot of people are not paying attention to this because there's a lot of stuff going on in the city. But I'm paying attention because I've been following this. And, you know, we talked about the school district, which is good. But we haven't talked a lot about these audits because there's some additional money that could be going down. So the city controller is going to work. And, you know, we talked a lot about that, the school district, other stuff, but I'm impressed. I'm impressed. You know, I'm pretty impressed. So this is epic. I think the school district conversation is one for the books.
I definitely think it is one that's going to be talked about heavily. I think 58,000. The city only did 13,000, but 58,000. That's a whole nother kind of conversation right there. And the fact that we haven't heard too much conversation about it. I mean, I guess this has to embolden the city to have to look into it. But these standards and these metrics is nothing to sneeze at. It's nothing to sneeze at. It is nothing to sneeze at. Like we really have to take this not on the surface level, but mm, mm, yeah. I'm 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 paying close attention to this. We all should. We all should. And I think we have to stop we have to stop um we got to stop playing around and mm, we got to stop playing around. I will say all that. We got to stop playing around because the properties like are when I read the five, I was like, ooh, I see what she did there. There are some people out here who is benefiting from this homestead and don't have addresses in the city or got businesses dualities. Like you getting a homestead, but then that's your business for LLC. I'm just saying the metrics are there. The metrics make sense. Mailing addresses that match the mailing addresses of other properties. Yikes. Property owners with a name identical to other homestead recipients. Like they playing off of. I'm just saying it's giving grift. It's giving grift. It's giving grift. So we'll see. I mean, that's a lot of homes. But we're gonna break these numbers down though. These numbers definitely gotta get broken down for sure. So stay tuned. Stay tuned on that. Other things that's been going on in the city is dun 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 dun. So, okay. Let me start off by saying that for those who've listened to this podcast for the past couple of years, but for the past year specifically, I had told you all that there was some whispers of investigation and that things were looking very suspicious, very suspicious. Just some interesting things were happening in the park administration. And I said a shoe was going to drop eventually. And one shoe has dropped off of one foot. The other shoe is going to soon drop. And once both of those shoes drop, then you will get a better sense of what will be coming next. Well, this week, one shoe has dropped. And now I can now fill in some gaps because you all have been following me and been knowing what I've been knowing. And we are all now on the same page. So here we are. So let's start with the basics. Let's start with the things we can, and then we'll get there. So this week, the Inquirer wrote a story that early this last week and said pretty much that the park administration, how do they put this? They said the park administration had the park administration, well, the Parker campaign, yes, I'll say that. The Parker campaign had spent over $100,000 in legal fees. The campaign, not the administration, the campaign. Because the reason I have to make these distinctions is because the administration is with the city of Philadelphia. That is her current staff, her current staff, her current administrative team, these people who are city employees, right? That's the park administration. And that's a lot of people, right?
The reason why I sometimes trick up on it a little bit is because some of the people that worked on her campaign and was a part of that team are now also working in her actual administration now. So there's a little bit of overlap with some of these people, especially in the upper positions, but not everybody. But let's just stick with the campaign because that's the main thing right now. While recognizing some of these people might overlap, including the mayor. So the Inquirer reported that over $100,000 have been spent since 2025 in legal fees by her campaign. So I want to make this very clear. Lawsuits that the city gets, like if the Parker administration and the city gets lawsuits, the city solicitor and the city handles those. The campaign does not pay for that or get involved in that. So that's separate. So we know, for example, the city has a lawsuit. Brandy Blocker Anderson, who used to work as a DEI director for the city, she's suing them. The Parker administration, Mayor Parker, her team, they are using money from taxpayers' dollars. That's not from the campaign. So lawsuits with the city, that's all dealt with internally. Because there were some of y'all online being like, well, I can see why her campaign spending money, all these lawsuits she's getting from. No. There's no lawsuits. This is not about those lawsuits. That's separate. And to also be clear, the campaign hasn't had any lawsuits that we know of. Like they haven't had any lawsuits. They haven't been sued. She's not been, she ran for mayor. Y'all gonna pick up what I'm putting down because I'm laying a foundation here. Mayor Parker won in 2023. Okay? So any lawsuits, any types of major lawsuits or anything connected to the campaign in that regard would have already been addressed at this point or been addressed. And we would have known because a lawsuit is public. You can see it filed. So no, there's no lawsuits towards the campaign. Okay? There's nothing like that. This is not that. So it's been weird, right? Legal experts have spoken to the press. I've spoken to legal experts on my own and been like, yo, is it weird? Is this unusual for a mayoral candidate who has not launched a re-election campaign, who is in their first term, spending that amount of money, thousands of dollars, in legal fees from their campaign expenses? Is that weird? Everybody I spoke to said yes. I asked them specifically, what would we assume? What could be, not saying anything's back, but if you, what would this suggest when something like this is there? And they told me if there was not a lawsuit filed that is on public record, then there must be an investigation into that campaign, and these legal fees would be used to evaluate or assess something related to it. I said, say less. So I knew some things already. I'd already heard some things over the past year, and you all know I've been hinting at little things, and y'all been following. So I made some phone calls. And then some phone calls were returned back to me. And I said, okay, so remember how you was da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Was that connected to this? And my sources admitted yes. I said, okay, so now that this is out there, I mean, there's just no way that, come on. They admitted, several of them, was very much like, yes, I was reached out to. The feds had spoken to me. They reached out to me. I asked questions. I said, well, what was the nature of the conversations? They said they were asking about the Parker campaign. They said that they were asking about, I don't want to identify. I cannot identify these people. But they asked details about who was working, who did what was people's positions. They asked questions about certain duties and tasks, who did what, like who did what type, and did they get paid, and how was money spent. Questions about the People for Parker, which is the official campaign, account or situation, like the PAC, the fundraiser. Like, this is the official group, right? People for Parker. And then there was an account, a separate entity called One Philly, which I believe is like a nonprofit or something like that. But these two entities, they were asking questions about how money and funding was being done with those two entities to certain individuals. There was a lot of different questions about roles, money, who did what, how was things getting paid for. Just different questions were being asked. But it was centered around that. It was also questions asked about Parker, questions asked about other people that was a part of Parker's camp. So it was a very clear focal point that this was about the Parker campaign. And then there was also some deviance into other people, but there was questioning around that. Several people I spoke to told me this. So, matching the details, looking at the forms and details and documents, and there were things that were listed as an interview. At one point in September, I believe it was September 12th, 2025, there was a $7,800 expense for one day related to an interview. That's how it was framed. Some people have suggested that interview was in preparation for an interview with the feds, suggesting that potentially or allegedly Mayor Parker had prepped for an interview with the feds. That she may have been questioned by the feds. Interesting. Timeline matters here. I'm going to get back to this timeline, but remember September. Remember timelines, because timelines speak to other things that was going on. Pay attention. So, okay. This makes sense. This makes sense. All of this research, right? You got legal experts, you got people who've talked to me on background that are sources connected to this investigation. You got expenses being spent at a certain time frame. So it all makes sense. So I broke the story last week that the reason why these legal expenses were being spent by the Park administration, because they were aware that individuals within their camp were being questioned by the feds. That is a fact. The Park administration, the Parker campaign, cannot deny that the money that campaign spent in legal fees was not at all in response to this federal probe. They can't say that's not true. Got them. Like, they can't lie and say it's not true. So I put that out. 72 hours later, on Friday, the Inquirer finally puts out a story that says that there's been federal subpoenas issued asking questions about a lobbyist named William Dunbar, who's a black man who's been in Philadelphia politics for a long time, known very well. They said that he had subpoenas, federal subpoenas were sent around, and people were asked about him. and that 3 anonymous sources had told them that it was unrelated to Sherelle Parker or her campaign. The Inquirer leads with the story mentioning that he's a close confidant to Mayor Parker, that he served as a lobbyist and he worked on her campaign, even though he was not paid. He wasn't paid by the Parker campaign, but he, worked with her, was close with her, and then they kind of like, distanced, or they weren't working as closely when she got elected. And that was the way that it was framed. And they said, well, these people spoke anonymous and said that they were asked questions, but it was about William Dunbar, but it was not about the Parker campaign. And that was it with the story. They didn't really give us context on what the questions were. They didn't tell us who the people were. Everything was anonymous from the sources. And William, we don't really know what William was being investigated for. We don't have any context around that. So, of course, there was some interesting commentary because the Parker administration has not made any public appearances since this information is going out. They have just been making no public appearances, and we don't know the next time they will make one, especially given they're the hot topic. We don't know. But what we are recognizing right now is this weird, like, bait and switch. So for me, I'm calling bullshit. I just call bullshit. I call bullshit on this. I don't believe in my right mind that somehow the feds were looking into William Dunbar solely. I'm not saying that they didn't or couldn't have, but that they did that, and that this during the same time to which these subpoenas were given, the Inquirer reported that this was in alignment with the legal fees that the Parker campaign has spent. I don't understand. I respectfully, and I say all this respectfully because I don't disrespect anybody, but William Dunbar is not this major political figure. He's not a Johnny Doc. He's not a union boss. He's not an elected official. He doesn't work for an elected. He's just a lobbyist. And, not saying that he doesn't lobby for big people and things, but he's no one solely that would warrant this level of energy and money and investment and investigating and spending legal fees for, especially given that this man did not occupy an actual paid position on the campaign. Like, he's not the campaign manager. He's not any of these things. So if we were to believe, right, that this guy is solely the person in being investigated and that there's no one looking into the Parker administration and they're just focused on him. Okay, let's just say that was the narrative. That's what they want to say. Then what was the point of the story? Because I'm bored. What was the point of the story? What is that? If that's not the case, then what does that have to do with what was already said, by me, what was reported by me and what has been said? Why enter that into the chat? Why would in 72 hours, why would 3 people just pop up out the blue and put this man's name on the table if it's not related to her? Because that's a whole nother case. And if I'm going to report the Inquirer, I don't know if they're using their heads anymore. I mean, bless their hearts. But if somebody came to me and gave me this information, my mindset would be, okay, why are you telling me this now? And if it doesn't have anything to do with the mayor, then why are we even talking about this? Then what's the point? Like, this is a separate situation. That's a separate case. They ain't got to do with what's going on over here. So it's like they're telling on themselves because, and then to make it a point to tell us as the audience that the sources said they weren't asked about the Parker administration, then the question becomes, well, what were you asked about?
because we still don't understand why his name is in the conversation if he's not connected to the situation. Either he is or he isn't. Either they're investigating this, or like why is he in the story? Because here's the reality. If he is interviewed based on his connection to the campaign, then that must mean there is a probe and investigation into the campaign. So that doesn't add up. And if it isn't about her, then why is there a story about him? And why is the Inquirer talking about her legal fees and this? What does he have to do with that? Because he hasn't been affiliated with the park administration since 2024. They had publicly cut ties in that type of ordeal of relationship long before investigations of subpoenas was given out in 2025. So I'm just struggling with the conversation here. I don't. This is what a red herring is. This is what a red herring is. This is how a red herring works. So a red herring, for those who don't know, is pretty much a clue or a statement or a line of argument or logic that is intended to mislead and distract people from the real issue, the important question, or the central mystery at hand. So the goal is to distract you from what the main issue is. That's a red herring. So, like, for example, if somebody said, why are you banning, gay people from coming into this club? And this person, rather than answer the question, says, we got to protect the kids. I'm worried about young kids, and I'm worried about the safety of kids. What are we talking about? This is a nightclub for 21 and up. Kids are not even able to go here. Why are you talking about that? Why can't you answer my question? Right? That's a red herring, what that person would do. That's a red herring. And so in this situation, we're having a conversation right now in the political space. The story is, what is these legal expenses being paid for? There is clearly reports of a Fed investigation into this campaign. And rather than get into the weeds of figuring out with the park administration, like, yo, who are these sources? What's going on with this investigation, park administration? We get an entire red herring of Will Dunbar has an investigation. He don't got nothing to do with the campaign, allegedly. And the people asked, said nothing about that. So then why are we bringing him why are you making a connection with Cheryl Parker and her campaign and saying anything about her and this if you believe that? You don't believe that. And this is just a distraction that's been planted because where did Will come from? And clearly Will isn't talking to the press. He is not, taking the request and spoken with the reporter from the Inquirer. So like, why is this being focused? And why would you lean onto 3 anonymous sources without any context from anybody else actually on the ground? Exactly. But I think the one thing that I want to take away before I move on to Ask Ernest is there's so many conversations right now about timeline. And I started thinking to myself, looking back at what we know now with the feds and the investigation, is this why this is me speculating. I don't have a basis of the actual confirmation. I've not spoken to Mayor Cheryl Parker in a long ass time. But my question becomes, is this why she's changed her tone with the Trump administration? Like, was this what put the fear in her not to want to poke the bear? I remember she said that the DEI changes happened where there was a pivot, she said, in the fall of last year. I think she said around the summer, that something changed in their focus. And I wonder that if I look at the Fed investigation, was that pivot around that same time? And I wonder if so much of what drove her, because her not speaking out against Trump is very weird, because every other mayor has spoken out against Trump, and every Democratic mayor has. And she has been the one who has not really said anything. And now I wonder, is that part of why she didn't say much? I just don't, yeah, I don't, mm-mm, mm-mm. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I just don't understand what benefit. And now I just feel like, is that the poking the bear? Because if she poked the bear, would that have given the Fed investigators more, fire to, you know, meddle some more? We may or may not know, but that is telling. It is. We'll stay tuned on this. There's definitely more. There's more. I will tell you, there's so much stuff that I know right now that I cannot speak on. I gotta respect sources, I gotta respect things, but people are gonna come forward. Some people. Well, there's gonna be some people that are gonna come forward. Um, there is a situation that's gonna happen very soon. And once that happens, that's going to put a lot of things in context. That's why I'm cool like a cucumber, because so much of what's being said right now is just loud and wrong. And I just think this is an opportunity that if you don't know how investigations work, you never been on the tail end of one, thank goodness. Let the experts do what they do. Don't try to. I've seen some people already trying to come up with these certain talking points. I'm just like, this is not, some of this stuff is just not going to stick. So don't even play yourself. See, this is how people take big swings, say all these things, and then stuff go left, and then they don't know what's going on, and then they get embarrassed. Don't even wait to be embarrassed. Just don't get embarrassed at all. Just don't say anything. Just keep it on a bean. Like, just keep it cute and on mute on things you don't know. That's my rule of thumb. So yeah. So this week's Ask Ernest, a lot of you all was asking me on multiple occasions about Martha's Vineyard and the culture, but more so beyond that topic, just idea about, as a person through events, you know, how do I plan parties and gatherings? How do I feel about a lot of stuff feeling like, it's got to be a big old show? So I will tell y'all a fun fact about me. Maybe some of y'all already know this already, but I am not into the eventization of everything. Like, I'm not big on making everything an event. And what I mean by that is that, let me be very clear. I like events, but what I mean by make something an event versus having a gathering, it's different. I like gatherings. I am not big on everything being an event. Every gathering does not need to be an event. Okay? Every event is a gathering, but never every gathering is an event. So when you make an event, what I mean by that is that an event is something that has programming, has a schedule, has activities, have, coordinated goals of engagement. Like, there's a whole coordination around it. And that is an event. Okay? Because an event requires planners. I, for the most part, try as much as possible to have gatherings that are not event centric. And I think we're at a point in culture where everybody wants to, a lot of people keep trying to make everything an event rather than just let things be. And so for me, my favorite Martha's Vineyard experience is the uneventfulness of it. I might give myself one day or one time to do an event. But most of what makes that island beautiful and magical is that you go to things, you don't have any plans. You are on island time, so you can come as late as you want, as early, depending on how you feel, how your mood is. And there's no pressure, It's like
Hey, this is going on from 7 to 10. If I go at 8 o'clock, it's fine. If I go at 7:30, it's cool. Like there's no expectation of like, oh, you're gonna miss this or miss that. It's like people are just floating and just vibing and grooving and everything is kind of linear. There's a beauty to that. And I really appreciate that aspect of my time there. But in general, I have learned so much over the years of that. I try to have as much eventless gatherings as possible. And I mean that by saying, like, for my birthday, right? People say my birthday is an event, but really it's a gathering. Like, I don't really demand much. Like, we don't do games and icebreakers and shit. I don't do that. What I mostly do is be like, come through. There's going to be food and fun. Okay, there's going to be a part where I'm going to have the birthday cake and do the happy birthday, and Nina's going to sing the happy birthday song. But outside of that, everything else is pretty much loose. Like eat and drink and talk with people and mix and mingle and flirt responsibly. And that's just, do your thing. Like I don't really do all the micromanaging. Like I know there's some parties I go to and everybody's different, but folks be want to make games and do this and do that and make a whole activity and do all this. And I'll just be like, that's just so overwhelming. Like, especially when you haven't seen people in a long time, folks just be wanting to catch up. Folks just be wanting just the vibe. Like, I tell you, some of my best like gatherings I've been to are just when people just have some good food, some good drinks, and we all just having a good time. Like, I don't need to be micromanaged. I don't need you to give me a name tag. Like, sure, like just let people be. And you'll be so surprised, like, especially with adults, like when you just give people the space and the vibe to just function and how valuable that is. And I think we as a society have gotten so farther away from gatherings and just letting people just get together. So much of the stuff that like put together, like my organization, we have like, pool parties and cookouts and holiday parties and events and things. And when I say about holiday parties, it's like, I try to say, look, we don't have an agenda. We're not doing Pollyanna. We're not doing gift. If you want to give gifts to people, you can, but like, we're not doing all that. Just come and eat and drink. The check's already been paid for. Don't worry about that. Just come. And that's just like, I think we need more of that in general. I've noticed a lot of people want to always make everything this thing. Oh, this the dress code, this and this. Now, I do tell people at my parties, they know, like, look, we're going to have cameras, we're going to take pictures. Just come cute, come good, look like, don't look like you got out of bed, respectfully. This is a nice restaurant or a nice vibe. Put some pep in your step. But I don't do too many extra other demands outside of that. Like, I don't just come and bring a gift, of course. But like, it's not going to be this, hey, we're going to play these games and everybody's got to participate and we're going to play charades. I'm like, I know people like them. Like, can you let people just leave people alone? It takes a lot. I think as I got older, like when I was a kid, there was a reason why people had games like that. I understood why parents had games and structure for kids. Because what you talking about at like 11, there's only so much you could be talking about at that age before it gets like, what y'all doing in there? But like, I get why when I was younger, we had games and things because you wanted to socialize kids and make kids be social and engage and not feel left out. Because, kids had that tendency that they'll leave people out. They'll click up real fast. And we do as adults click. But adults a little different. Like when you have personal events or gatherings, like I have personal gatherings, I've never had a personal gathering where somebody was just by themselves, unless they wanted to be by themselves. Like they just was like, look, I'm just chilling. I'm just trying to drink. I'm just trying to vibe or whatever. But I've never had gatherings where I ever saw anybody at any gathering I hosted, like be completely by themselves, just left out. Like we don't do that. Like that's just not a thing. Like it's just not. And so I think adults naturally know how to socialize and be around each other. Kids, that's different because kids will pick their little clique and not hang out with people. And then you got that one kid by himself or something like that. So I think it makes sense to have structure and games and things and create breakout sessions and shit because that needs to happen. But I do think that we need to have more gatherings. Like if you just want to have people come over
And everybody just coming over watching a movie or coming over and just having snacks and just talking and chilling or just whatever. That's great. Like throw more of those rather than trying to make everybody do things. Like, oh my goodness, like we don't do this at my Thanksgiving, but like when we host Thanksgiving, we just come over and eat and just be talking and just vibing. Christmas and New Year's and stuff. Like we just get together. We don't even do all that. But it's all I think like sometimes when I go back down south for the holidays, we go to different people's houses for the holidays. Folks be want to play games and shit. I be like, another game? Leave me alone. I just wanna eat and be merry. Like I don't wanna play 1,000 games. I don't wanna do especially when it's the holidays and you with like family members and then people that you don't know. It's always like, who this girl? Who this? They just hungry. You just want them to come over and get like it just be a mixed crowd and you don't really know people. Like it can get really awkward. So yeah, I just overall think we should not be eventizing every damn thing. Have gatherings and just allow people just to vibe and connect in their own, safe bubble, as a group. But like, just yeah, I just think we just need more time to just unwind. I think I really appreciate that the most about Martha's Vineyard. There's been a lot of discourse on the internet. It's been just been so loud and wrong. I'm ready for y'all to wrap this conversation up. Part of me like, damn, we in mid-August. Can y'all wrap this up? Because by the time we get to Labor Day, like these conversations, it's like, you know what's crazy? I have been less on like the threads. Like I'm not on threads. I'm on Twitter. There was a time where I used to love Twitter. I used to love, yeah, I barely post shit on Twitter. Like Twitter is like a ghost town to me. Like I don't even know I'm so shocked that it really declined. Like I just knew Twitter was going to stay. It's like, it's declined so much. And I also just have noticed like a lot of celebrities and famous people, like where are we at? We're on Instagram, yo. Like Instagram is the spot for me now. I mean, I'm on Facebook and Instagram. I gotta give Meta, Meta got their problems. But I would say Facebook and Instagram is just my little duo now. Like I got Twitter still or X. I'm so over this X shit. But like it's just such a cesspool. Like it's like it's just a bunch of misinformation, fake AI photos and videos, fake stands arguing with stands, random pornographic content sliding on this page. Like it's nasty. I'm like, what is this on it? Like, and I don't like it is bad. Like it's a bunch of like shit, and it's like bad bots and videos and music and bad blogger gossip stuff that's just not true, fake news. It's just a cesspool on Twitter now. It's just I don't know. I'm like, has it always been like this? I'm like, no, it has not. Like, yeah, I don't really see anybody I like on there anymore saying anything. There's a little bit of political arguments on the left and the right, but like, there's no real conversations. There's nothing there. Um, Threads is okay, but Threads is annoying. Like it's weird. Like Twitter, I guess we could say Twitter was annoying, but I don't know. There's something different about Twitter compared to Threads. I feel like Threads, people just try too damn hard on Threads. I don't know. Like there's just a forced level of energy on Threads, or people just be really trying to like on like times 10 force like rage bait. That's what it is. It's a lot of rage baiting on Threads. Like I mean, I know people on Twitter did things, but like, people would just say something stupid and just be like, okay, that's silly. But Threads, they're people that really make it a point to provoke. Like they'll be like unpopular opinion, and then they'll say something that's really ridiculous and unprofound. And then you're like, oh yeah, you just really wanted to tag a response. Like, yeah, or they'll just say something about somebody, and it's like they purposely want to trigger engagement. I'm just like, yeah, I'm tired of the days of I ain't going back and forth with no hope. Like I'm just like, I, I don't care. I don't care. Who are you? Who the fuck are you? Where's your profile picture? Like, do you exist? Who gives a fuck what you think? And I think sometimes we just have to do that, smart people. I used to tell Dr. Parks all the time, Mrs. Hamilton, girl, stop arguing with randoms in the internet. Like, what is this argument? What are you proving? What do you have to prove to any random person here? Do you think that what you're going to say is going to mean something, resonate? Like, it's just nothing. It's frivolous. And so I don't argue with strangers on the internet about any fucking thing. I don't. I'm not. I barely want to argue with anybody I know, but I'm not arguing with a stranger on the internet. I'm not some random person, because part of the time, what it is that these people want engagement. The whole goal is to get people to talk to them. They're bored. They're miserable. They're at home scratching their ass. They somewhere in their parents' basement because they ain't got nothing else to do, and they are literally looking for someone to validate or to engage them or to disperse with them. Like, they don't really want to learn anything. They just want to argue. Been down that road for so many years thinking, oh, I don't want to come off as, an elite, or I'm better than people. And then I had to stop doing that because I realized these people don't care. They don't care. They don't care. I'm not going to diminish my shine or dim my light or play into any of that to suffice people's insecurities about themselves and their positioning. Like, that's lower than me. That's lower than me. I'm bigger than that, personally. So, yeah. But the discourse about Martha's Vineyard, specifically on Threads, has just been like, can y'all wrap this conversation up? It's very simple. Either you don't want to go, or you go and you, what my girl say at the VIP? Go cry about it. No, go and have a good, go have a good time, or don't. But guess what? That island's been there for centuries. It'll be there. It was there before you. It'll be there after you. If you don't get it and it's not for you, cool. Let the people like it, enjoy it, and have a good time. See, this is my thing about Martha's Vineyard. That island and the people there are not asking you to come. Let me keep it 100. They're not. And they don't care if you don't come. And if you don't come, wonderful. They're like, wonderful. More island for me. Fuck y'all. Like, that's how they really feel. But in a very, subtle way. They're not, mean or anything like that. But, this is the island where it's already being highly dense by, this hyper, influencer type vibe of people that want to come and, frolic and stuff. So there is a level of that already happening. But if other people don't want to come because they got in the sense that it's not good as whatever, yay, don't go, don't come. Because here's the thing, if you're so fickle and you have these high expectations, I'm like, it just defeats the whole purpose of the island. It's like they don't understand it. And it's like, well, if you don't want to come, you don't want to roll the dice and find out. I don't blame you. But at the same time, life goes on. No one's over here crying over spilled milk. And I think there's some people that think they're bigger than the program. So they're looking like, well, is anybody going to tell me this and tell me that? And then it's weird because there's people who also got these aspirations. Like, there was somebody who's like, I'm black, but I want to be Martha's Vineyard black. I'm like, what? Like, who talks like that? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. I think people just have, again, you know what I think it is? I think we've gotten to a point where we can't learn to enjoy things without connecting them to our status. I think that's what it is. Like, what does it look like to just like something without it being this huge status chaser? Like, notice how earlier in this show, I was talking about how I love a good hoagie and a crunchy kettle, salt and vinegar chips with an Arnold Palmer. It's not a status thing to me. I just fucking like that. Like that's my thing. I would love to that's like my, my little snack meal when I want to really, have a real meal that's going to put me to sleep. Give me a good nap. Give me the itis. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about a status thing. It's just like, that's what I want. I wanted my fried shrimp from Sid Booker's. I haven't had it in a minute. I wanted just to have the shrimp. And I think some people don't know how to have an experience without it being a marker of their status. And that's the problem. If you're doing things only as a metric for status, and I know people are going to look at me like, well, don't you go to these things? Don't you do these things? Well, I actually like the things I like. And I actually have a variety of different experiences. I think some people only gravitate towards my experiences of like, oh, you at the Four Seasons. Okay. But I also go to Ernestly and get a massage. And I also like to watch Love and Hip Hop marathons on YouTube all day, every day. Like, it's variety. It's like, I don't give a fuck about what the status is about everything. As if I find enjoyment in the thing myself, that's what serves the purpose. And yes, some of the things I like are going to be considered upscale, but some of the things I like are going to be considered lowbrow. I got range. I would encourage you to have range, but do things for the sake of your actual interest without feeling like you have to put on and perform a status. Class anxiety got you girls in a bundle. I'm so happy I grew up in various ranges of class experiences, whether it was working class, middle class, you know, upper middle class now and shit. I'm so happy that I was afforded a diversity of class experiences, because no matter where I live, how I lived in my entire life, I grew up having good experiences, enjoying things, and never feeling inferior. And that's important. That is so important. I want kids to know that. Like, I grew up very young in a single parent household with my mom in Houston, in a apartment complex that was very, very filled with lots of children, lots of single parents, and folks trying to figure it out. It wasn't a project home, let me be very clear, but it was a decent apartment complex. My mom was working, it was a thing. Growing up, I didn't know what my socioeconomic class was. I didn't feel poor. Like, there wasn't this sense of, you know, we it was none of that energy. Not to say that there's a certain, but I'm being very clear. We were not rich at all. It was not like that. We were not fancy. It was not any of that. But when I look back at some of my experiences, I enjoyed going to the theme park. I enjoyed having birthday party at celebration stations. I enjoyed having cupcakes at my school, for Valentine's Day. Like, I appreciate those things. Those are fun experiences. Those are cool things. And of course, we got older. We got to the townhome, and then we got bicycles. And it was like, oh, we got bicycles. We got a garage. And it was so exciting to have a garage, because it was like, oh, we got a garage. And then, we got a little bit older, and then we got a house. My mom had got a house. Ooh, I got my own room. Like, ooh, this is, and it was just as I got up to college age. But like, throughout all of those different experiences, as my mom was climbing up and I had a stepdad and things was moving, not one time in my entire experience I ever felt inferior. And at one time that I feel like the experiences and things I did, like when I was little, we used to make a thing of going to Sonic's. Like, my grandma used to take us to go to Sonic at the drive-thru, and I used to think, oh my goodness, we're at Sonic, we fancy, and that was so exciting to me. And of course, I moved from Sonic to Fuddruckers to shit. Where do I get my burgers now? Somewhere over the top. But no matter what those experiences were, I always enjoyed them for what they were. I enjoyed Dairy Queen ice cream. I don't eat Dairy Queen anymore. I can go to Jenny's now. But I enjoyed Dairy Queen when I was little. And then when I went to college, it was Ben and Jerry's. Now I'm motherfucking at Jenny's and shit with these fancy ass flavors. But no matter what those experiences were, I never felt lesser than or felt like they weren't valuable because of something else. It was the moment, the things that I experienced in the moment. And I just encourage people to enjoy and savor the experiences that you have and stop feeling inferior or inferior based on them. Seriously, I would encourage that, because I alternate between experiences all the time. There's stuff that I want to go, I want to just have. All kind of stuff. You'll be surprised. But yeah, like, oh, do I want a middle child BLT? Fuck no. But I want an Old Nelson's hoagie right now. I don't really need a middle child BLT. It's okay, but like, I would rather, but like, this is all the things we just have to I don't know. We just have to unwind this, like, declassify our minds and our tastes. But I digress. This is quite the episode. I say that. I have a lot to say. So this week in movies, if you have not seen The End of Oak Street with Anne Hathaway and Ian McGregor,
Don't walk, run. Run from them dinosaurs. Everybody's been talking about this. First of all, let me just start by saying, talk about a movie that hid the plot really well. Like every time I heard about this movie, The End of Oak Street, I didn't know much about it initially. I just was like, oh, this is some white suburban mother movie, whatever. Child, this is a whole dinosaur thriller. This is giving Jurassic Park and it's eating Jurassic Park. No pun intended. Like this movie is on some other shit in a great way. I was amazed. I was impressed. Like this run that Anne Hathaway is on right now, cinematic wise, is a hell of a run, as Joe would say. It's a hell of a run. As she's doing it's a hell of a run she's doing. These movies are great and they're all different. Mother Mary is like a gothic pop lesbian romance thriller energy, but like, Devil Wears Prada, comedic, deep, nostalgic, Odyssey, Greek, tragic, drama, Into Oak Street, sci-fi, surreal, fantasy, thriller. And now she's got another movie coming out. Like, she's not done. We are not done with Anne Hathaway. And she's coming back even with more movies next year. But this year, she has another movie called Verity, which is that Kathleen Colleen book of the same name, I believe. And yeah, Colleen Hoover. She writes a lot of books. But this is probably one of her better books, to be honest. But Verity is a psychological thriller, so she's coming in hot, and it's got Dakota Johnson, of course, Anne Hathaway. It has Josh Hartnett, and it's a mystery, and it comes out in October, so she's keeping it going. But pretty much, how do I put this? This is about a woman in need of work when she's contacted by this man. The man's wife is a best-selling author. Her name is Verity. And due to a mysterious accident, she is unable to finish her successful book series. Interesting. So Jeremy asks for the girl to complete the series, the one who's in need of work. And while she is working on it, she discovers a manuscript that raises questions regarding this woman's well-being, his wife's well-being, and possible links to her publications. So it raises questions around her psychological well-being and possible links to her publications. Spicy, spicy, spicy. And Anne Hathaway is playing Verity. Baby, she eats. She eats. Okay? She eats. She's going to eat. Y'all not ready. First of all, I read the book so I can get aware. And the book still got me on a cliffhanger. Okay? Y'all not ready for this movie. We're going to be talking about that movie for quite some time. She going to end her run of 2026 with this bang. Because I thought that Odyssey was going to be the peak. But baby, she's just eating, leaving no crumbs. 25 years after her major film debut in The Princess Diaries, and Anne Hathaway is still out here giving us these blockbusters, and she's in her early 40s. And she got a 25-year acting career. I'm just, longevity. The longevity girls are here to stay. So yeah, I'm excited about this film. I have nothing but great things to say. But The End of Oak Street, that is out now. Watch it. Go see it. It's hot. It's hot at the box office. It's doing really well. Other movies coming out. So Coyote versus Acme. This movie's supposed to be shelved, but it's out. Got a chance to see it. Very, very good. Very underrated. I'm happy that this movie is seeing the light of day. It is the best animated live action film I've seen since Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I mean, people talk about Space Jam. This is giving me Roger Rabbit energy in a very fun, cool way. Highly recommend it. It's a fun movie. Watch it. Um, Let me see what else. Okay, so this is a sidebar. I watched Tubi, and there is a movie on Tubi right now called Best Eyes Open, and it stars Tay Diggs. If you want to watch something that's bad but good in a weird way, I love a very good campy. I like a very good campy, like bad movie, because it's fun. Like it's I like a good campy film. Like it's got to have a little bit of pizzazz. I like this movie. This movie has camp to it, um, and I think that's that's what it's about for me. Um, so yeah. I think it's just it's it's very like I don't think it's like just watch it. All I will say is that this man is the stepfather from hell. And that's all I can give. I'm not even going to try to explain the plot. You know how two movies are. You know how sticky it gets. I will just say that it is a very yeah, he's just the stepdad from hell. That's the best way to describe it. And it's entertaining. It's just entertainment. If you just want to just like let loose. So I like that. Uh what else? Oh yes, D23. This is Disney. Disney has they just had their D23 event with the Disney princesses. I love the Disney princesses. You know how I feel about that. There's a lot going on with the Disney princesses. They're all came. They got Brandy, they got Haley Bailey. I'm sorry, Holly Bailey. Holly Bailey was with Jodie Benson, the original Ariel. They sung Part of Your World. They brought my girl Nika Noni Rose out to sing Almost There. Cause I'm almost there. Cause I'm almost there. She keeps saying there. I'm not gonna I gotta preserve my vocals. But that's just listen. Princess and the Frog, underrated classic, underrated Disney film. So many good things was going on. But they also named their slates. The live action Tangled got me there. They got Catherine Hahn is playing Mother Gothel, which is epic. We wanted that for her, and she's doing it. That's another good film, by the way. Oh my goodness, what's that song I love? Oh, Mother Knows Best. Yes, that's a classic, okay? A classic. A classic. Mother knows best. Mother knows best. Take it from your mom. See, I'm the one that you have the song. Anyway, Donna Murphy ate that. Tony Award-winning actress. She was the original Mother Gothel. But I'm excited about this new film. There's a couple other great films coming, and we just need to um, just unpack it. Um, we have to unpack all of it, and it's a classic. It's a classic, and we don't talk enough about it. Um, but so all the movies that's coming out, just because I took my notes because I was watching some of it virtually. So Zootopia 3 is in development. They got all their like Marvel films. I don't really care about Marvel films, so I'm gonna skip over that. There is going to be a Kingdom Hearts anime series coming soon. The Bluey movie is coming out August 6th, 2027. Incredibles 3 is coming out summer of 2028. And let me back up real quick. There's a lot of movies coming out in 2028. Disney is about to eat 2028. 2028 is about to be the big thing, by the way. That's like, I get the sense that 2028 is going to be their big ass year. So, the Bluey movie is coming out August 6th, 2027. Interesting. Incredibles 3 is coming summer 2028. The Parr children are going to be center stage. They're going to be the lead of the film. Coco 2 is coming out November 2029. Benjamin Bratt is going to return as Ernesto de la Cruz. Lilo and Stitch 2, the live action, is coming out May 28th, 2028. Um, Angel, if y'all know who that character was, is confirmed to appear. Tangled live action, March 31st, 2028. It's coming. I'm excited. Ice Age Boiling Point is coming out February 5th, 2027. I don't. This is because they took over 20th Century Fox, so they're getting Ice Age credits now. This is just a mess. Ghost Street is Pixar's first ghost movie. That's coming out spring 2028. There's a brand new Disney animation film called Clay. That's coming out November 2028. Frozen 3 is in development. There's a film called Hexed. Jodie Foster is the villain. That comes out, is in development. The Princess Diaries 3 is in development. Anne Hathaway came out and announced that the team is working on it. Oswald is a 3-part miniseries. It's going to be on Disney Plus, and Oswald is like the original Mickey Mouse before Mickey Mouse, because Mickey is going to be turning 100 years old very soon. Watch out, trademark. That's February 2027. And then Percy Jackson, the show, season 3, is coming out to Disney Plus, I believe, November 20th, 2026. So that's like 20 big announcements. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of big things happening. But this was this past week in Anaheim, this whole Disney fan club week or whatever. It's the ultimate Disney fan event. Do I want to go to something like that? I mean, 4, 5, 6, it's like 3 days. Do I want to go? Do I like it that much to go? It's like they're upfront. I don't know. It'd be fun. I don't know. Let me speak that. I don't know. Would I want to go to that? I'm a big Disney fan. I mean, Disney World really got me back on my Disney ground. As you can tell, I've been watching more Disney movies. But I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. It sounds like a lot, but it sounds like a fun event. There'll be some really good freebies and some stuff. So yeah, that's dope. And then lastly, before we get to music, there was this good post online talking about how there's been this ongoing critique about a lack of Black American actors in films. And they're talking about how why is all these British men acting? And somebody made an interesting point that just said, well, we don't let Black boys, do theater. Because that's the vessel to film. You don't just go do film. Most Black kids, in order to do acting, they start off doing the stage. But they said we don't let Black boys do theater. We don't. We treat the arts like it's trash. When I was in high school and in middle school, I did jazz ballet. And I did theater. And then I did speech and debate and everything else. But I'm sitting here thinking to myself, when I was in theater, it wasn't that many Black kids in theater. It was a lot of Black girls, but not a lot of Black boys. So it was only a few of us, and most of the boys were either white or Asian. And I had a big ass high school. But it was not that many. It was not that many of us. It was a few, but a lot of us, the ones who were involved, they did production stuff, but they didn't really do that much acting. And we had a few that would come around for musicals to be in the choir, but they didn't really do much of the other plays and things. So anytime there was a Black casting or something for roles, I would get cast in a lot of stuff because I had good height and I had the ability to I had a look, that I could be versatile in different types of makeup and costumes and different things. Cause I didn't have I never really did facial hair. I didn't do my hair in any like cornrows or fros and things. So there was a lot of things that I was able to do adjust wise. We did Raisin in the Sun. And so I was the understudy for the lead for that because I was able to, I had the haircut. I can fit in the role. So it was I could just, I don't know, but it was a lot of stuff going on in theater. But it was not a lot of guys, a lot of dudes. And I remember it was this whole mindset around, oh, if you're in theater, you're gay. And I was like, oh, don't say that's not true. Okay, I'm gay. I was gay. But that wasn't everybody. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't everybody. And I think that was always homophobia just ruins a lot of things. But I just thought to myself, that's a good point. We don't really do a lot to encourage
black men or in boys to do theater. Like we never encouraged them to do theater on a larger scale. Everything is always sports, 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 or just nothing else. But like we never encourage it. We actually scare people from doing it. We tell them don't do it, versus oh okay, if you want to try it, try it. Like I remember my younger brother. I was like, you should do something around theater because the art, first of all, even if you don't want to be an actor, I always think theater arts is a good place for every child. I think every kid should just get some theater arts experience because one, it takes you out your shell. It makes you more comfortable with being creative, being imaginative because you're playing roles. It also gives you opportunity to interact with different people and, not be an introvert. Because if you have to get on stage and do things, it kind of opens you up. And I was in theater during the High School Musical era. So like that was when High School Musical was like on Disney Channel. Like it was a time. It was a time. I just wish more the kids had more of that. Like we need to again fund the arts, fun read, fun books, fun literature. Let people talk about Shakespeare again, for better or for worse. August Wilson plays. Like, bring it all back. We did all that shit when I was in school. Like, we just need to. This is why we don't have a. This is why we have so much tension. There's not enough things to read. Where's the poetry? Like, we used to be a decent society. Look at me. Look at how I sound. But like, part of the reason why we have all these, like, it's funny how everybody's like, why are the kids acting up? Why are the schools bad? Why is there so much this? Well, you took every fucking thing out. Maybe if you put you know what it was? It was like death by a thousand cuts. We'll take the arts out real quick, or we'll take out the science fair. Or, we don't got to do too much after school activities. And the more and more you take and take and take, there's going to be a break, and there was a break. And now they're scrambling because you done took so many opportunities and activities away. And when I hear all these older folks be like, oh, back in the day, we used to do this, we used to do that. My kids, well, you know why? Because you had structure, you had things to do, you had activities, you had programs. You take the programs away from kids, what do you fucking expect? You got schools that don't even have counselors. Like, that's unacceptable. But I digress. So, music. There's been a lot of chatter on the internet about Song of the Summer. And Billboard was saying that the Song of the Summer is this song called Choosing Texas by this girl named who's it by? Ella something, I think it's called. Yeah, Ella Langley is her name. I've heard the song because of research purposes, but that song ain't popping nowhere around where we from. Like, who is listening to Choosing Texas? I mean, it's country. Some white folks might be listening. I don't know, but I'm not hearing Choosing Texas all over the place. How is it Song of the Summer? Like when I think of Song of the Summer, I remember recently the Song of the Summer was Espresso. It was all over the place, right? Song of the Summer, like Crazy in Love. I remember Crazy in Love when that was a Song of the Summer. I remember Umbrella when that was a Song of the Summer. I remember Hot in Here by Nelly. That was a Song of the Summer. Shake a Tail Feather. I remember that. That was a Song of the Summer. Despacito with Justin Bieber. That was a Song of the Summer. I remember songs of the summer. Like, it was that bop that even if you didn't like it, everybody was playing it, It was everywhere. Like Old Town Road, I would even say like I said, Espresso. I remember Espresso recent years. That was like a song of the summer. But like, we don't even have that anymore. Like no one is talking about Choosing Texas. Like what? Like Break My Soul was like a song of the summer. A Savage by, Meg Thee Stallion, or Bodak Yellow by Cardi B a couple years ago. Like there was songs that you was like, this is the song. So this year, even though this is not the height of the charts, I would say the two songs of the summer, depending on where you stand on it, is, in my opinion, Spin That by Young Miami. I feel like Spin That was that collective bop or song that even if you didn't like it, it was the infectious breakout song of the summer. I felt like, yeah, Spin That was that. Like when I think of Summer 26, that was the song that was playing the most around town. Like that was the song that was the infectious song of the summer. It came out during the summer. It was a song that people was like requesting, the new song that everybody wanted to know the lyrics to and talk about. It was in the controversy. It was a song. And the other tie that on a honorable mention tip, I would also say Quiet on the Creek by Saucy Santana. Now that song hasn't like charted on the charts enough to garner it, but it has had its own little cult following and it's been fun and it's been in the summer and there's been a media tour and there's been chatter and whispers and talk. So I would put the two of them. I would say those two songs reflect is going to be what when the summer is over and I think about next year and everyone's like, what was that song that everybody was talking about or jamming to? Those are my two songs. Easily. Those are my songs of the summer. And that says a lot because, there were so many artists that came out, I mean, somewhat, that had music this year. But like Ariana Grande didn't really give us no summer bop. Um, Olivia Rodrigo, I enjoy her music, but none of her music was like a summer bop energy. Um, Drake kind of came and went. I don't feel like Drake did anything that felt like a heavy summer song. Sorry. Some people might be like, oh, Shebang. No, Shebang was just not. No. No, it's forced. He's forced. It's just, he's just here. It's just like, there's no, he didn't take over like he thought he would. I mean, even Future didn't even give us a summer bop. And Dirty Sprite 2 was what, 2020, was 2014? That was like the album of 2014. Was it the 2015? I think it was 2025. No, 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 no. Let me back up. Because I will tell you that Dirty Sprite 2 mixtape, that mixtape was epic. That album actually. 2015. Yep, July 17th, 2015. And that was the year I got legally married, was July 17th, ironically. But I got married in 2021. But July 17th, like Future, just I love him. But no, this album came out 11 years ago, but that was 2015. That whole summer, some of the songs on that, like Stick Talk, easy, 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 easy summer song. Like I remember that summer, and I remember that mixtape, and I remember all of that. Metro Boomin, Southside, Zaytoven. What iconic production. The third studio album by Future. One of his all-time greatest. Nothing but bangers and hits on that damn album. No skips. So, I just want to say that. Stick Talk was incredible. Where You At featuring Drake when Drake still had good songs. Freak Ho, oh my goodness, I love that. He had a bunch of that songs on this album. Oh my goodness. He had 18 songs on that album. Oh my goodness. Oh, he had Fuck Up Some Commas. Another banger. He had a bunch of songs on this. Thought It Was a Drought. I Serve the Bass. Colossal. Real Sisters. Listen, a lot of hits. It was that album. But that's what I'm saying. There was summer songs, summer sounds. I remember 2014, Loyal by Chris Brown. Wasn't a song that I don't support Chris Brown, but I remember that song was on the radio all summer long. Iggy Azalea, Fancy. Like we just don't have that anymore. I don't know about this Choosing Texas. That's not my song of the summer, but I digress. So the VMAs are coming back September 27th. Nominations have not been announced yet, but it's going to be in LA this year compared to New York. This is the first time in years it's been in LA. But they're coming back to Cali compared to New York. But this year's VMA should be interesting. I'm confused because I don't really know that many music videos. No one's really doing music videos anymore, so I don't really know what that's going to be giving. But I want to address this real quick. Matthew Knowles came to Philly. A lot of y'all were asking me, did I go? Did I know what was going on? So there was some Destiny's Child like music experience. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Destiny's Child was not in the building at all, but he was in Philly to promote this. I'm having some like eerie experiences. Some like I'm trying to be thoughtful and not be so, but I'm really taking slight issue with the thought of like this man is like super capitalizing off of his like daughter and like Destiny's Child is like I don't think they're having a reunion, y'all. I don't think they want to. I think they're fine. I think they might do it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't see a reunion tour. If there's an album, I don't think so. I think this is all Matthew that, he gets the royalties. He's Destiny's Child is his. He's trying to make money off of this. And so now there's been all these weird projects with them that doesn't seem to be having the cosign of Beyonce or like the girls. But he just seems to be very pressed on making this a thing because I think he's feeling some type of way. That family there is a break in that relationship, and there's no need to go into all of the details, but there was some infidelity, there's a lot of mess. And I think Beyonce has been very, look, she loves her daddy, but like she ain't really, there's a nice healthy split between them. They're cordial, but you can tell that there's, he got his own life, new wife, new situation. And everybody just want their space. And I think Matthew is just doesn't know what to do. And he's like really pressed on trying to I feel like he feels some type of way about his legacy. But he should not. He was a very influential man in music and a father to one of the greatest artists of our generation, clearly. But I think he's feeling some way. I think he wants to, in a very desperate way, push this. It's like Destiny's Child was a moment. They're iconic. Let those girls move on with their career and stop trying to like, I don't know, capitalize off. Like I heard about there's a new album or remixes. Like no one's asking for it. And I just feel like if Beyonce, Kelly, Michelle, okay, maybe Farrah, LaToya, we like her. If they're not trying to push this, these little unauthorized or unofficial type of daddy co-sign I just feel like they're not going to hit the same. And I just feel like this is just kind of like, I don't know. I think it's a little exploitative in my opinion. Moving along to TV, there's been a lot of controversy with the Harry Potter series, with the casting controversy. There's been a lot of people coming out to say, look, I fuck with it, I don't fuck with it. There's been some shaming because J.K. Rowling has been like, I think it's like $1 billion. I think she's a billionaire now, or she's worth $1 billion. The book series worth $1 billion. But she has been really forcing her transphobic views. Like she's obsessed with this. She has a J.K. Rowling's Women's Fund that is not really a women's fund to just support women. It's like intentional on providing assistance to TERFs, pretty much. The money is going to support advocating for women who are excluding trans women because she doesn't like. It's just really crazy to me that J.K. Rowling, after all this time, is this ridiculous transphobe. Like that's like playing victim. Like it's just like what the hell? Like you just couldn't, and there's like a lot of Harry Potter fans that are hella delusional, hella stans. There's articles about the older fans, which are people my age, cutting up over Harry Potter, over the younger people, the younger generation. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, this is just not it. Just not it at all. And I'm just like, come on. So, there's that. But yeah, this has been a long episode. So I leave y'all. I'm looking forward to the week ahead. Looking at, is there going to be some bombshells coming this week? Who knows? We'll stay tuned. Getting ready for my doctoral program. Getting ready for my big announcement. I start classes in like a week, I believe, like a week from now.
a week from next week, not this week in front of us, but like next week I begin classes in my doctoral program. So things are like ramping up. So I'm getting ready for that, getting all, reading and doing all my readings and getting into the portals and stuff. And yeah, I'm excited, man. Like this is gonna be quite the time. It's gonna be fun. So just, stay tuned for everything that's coming. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.